ice water is the only thing that like saves my throat. When I speak that much over the course of a week. Oh, thank you. I'd love some.
Putin held a phone call with China's President Xi, according to RIA News. One minute ago now to begin the market on open imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 229 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 23.5 million. Dow 30 buy side 50 million. Mag 7 sell side 1.8 million. Swiss Gold Association says they're concerned that this specific clarification from the US may negatively impact the international flow of physical gold.
Tesla shares reversed their pre-market gain, up 1.1%.
Swiss Gold Association as the imposition of tariffs on these gold cast products makes it economically unviable to export them to the US. According to a survey, OPEC July oil output rises by 270,000 barrels per day from June to 27.38 million barrels per day. So OPEC oil output rises in July, led by UAE and Saudi, according to the survey.
The US and Russia are said to plan a Ukraine deal, cementing Russian gains. Seeing weakness in WTI crude here. Again, US and Russia said to plan a Ukraine deal, cementing Russian gains. So Washington and Moscow are aiming to reach a deal to halt the war in Ukraine that would lock in Russia's occupation of territory seized during its military invasion, according to people familiar with the matter. Again, large amounts of weakness now coming through in WTI crude, down around 1.2%. Some more information here is the US and Russian officials are working toward an agreement on territories for a planned summit meeting between Trump and Putin as early as next week, according to people familiar who are speaking on conditions of anonymity to discuss private deliberations. The US is working to get buy-in from Ukraine and its European allies on the deal, which is far from certain, the people said.
Minutes away from when we're expected to hear from Fed's Muslim speaking. So Fed's Muslim speaking on banking credit. Text is expected with a Q&A with moderator. Treasury yields retreat from highs as oil prices slump.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Ukraine bonds climb as US and Russia set to plan deal. S&P 500 energy index quickly pairs gain to 0.6%. Also a reminder, in about 4 minutes time, we're expecting to hear from Fed's Muslim, where text is expected, and Q&A. We'll see if we can get a video and pop that on the feed for you as well. One minute to go now to Fed's Muslims comments. Again, on banking and credit. We're still trying to find a video as well. Ten seconds. So far, nothing's been released from Fed's Muslim. Remember, text is expected. So you saw oil futures fall more than $1 to session low of $62.77 on report that the US and Russia plan a truce deal. So heads up, that's Muslim currently speaking live now. There doesn't seem to be a video publicly anywhere of this. Trump of Truth Social says tariffs are having a huge positive impact on the stock market. Tesla shares extend gains to session high, up as much as 3.8%. Fed's Muslim says economic activity appears stable and not now increasing or decreasing. Muslim says bankers report that funding pressures have diminished and credit quality is good. And we're hearing that the economic
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Muslim says that firms remain cautious on capital spending and hiring. Fed's Muslim says businesses are using different strategies to adapt to tariff, including cost cutting and negotiating with suppliers. Muslim says that companies are not yet resorting to layoffs to reduce costs. Muslim says that Muslim says businesses that are most dependent on imports are passing along costs those closer to consumers are less likely to raise prices so far. Fed's Muslim says the Fed is now missing on its inflation target, but not missing on its employment mandate. Labor market around full employment. Fed's Muslim says that I'm looking ahead, looking ahead, there is a risk the Fed may miss on both inflation and employment with downside risks to jobs. Muslim adds that likely that most of the impact of tariffs on the inflation side will fade. Muslim adds that, but there is a reasonable probability that there may be some inflation persistence. Muslim says that the labor market is in balance, but the economic activity has been weaker, and that poses risks to jobs. Most likely, tariff inflation boost will be short-lived. Fed's Muslim says the Fed is balancing risks on both sides of its mandates right now. And companies are using different strategies to adapt to tariffs, including cost cutting and negotiating with suppliers. Muslim says data integrity is critically important to the economy. And labor and supply demand have cooled at the same time. Fed's Muslim says growth below potential poses a risk to the labour market.
Dude, my throat is only now. I feel like I'm like running a. Where's my position? If I open a position somewhere else, it doesn't transfer over here. Something's wrong with my brokerage.
So that concludes comments from Fed's Muslim then.
Only question now is, do we get the high today? That was the target right there. Give me just a minute here, guys. So today's their last day or no? Do they have a show today, or is there? What time do we have to go? I might not be able to go that early. Or that. I might have to be a little bit late. Are you serious? Dude, why can't they just do it like normal hours? Why is it like Oh, here we go. Sellers. Woohoo! Let's see. Ooh, yeah. I don't know why. I got. For some reason, I'm not. There we go. Sweet. I got some puts on here, and for some reason, it wasn't showing from one brokerage to another. One more moment here. All right. I want to find out is if this is top or not. Here we go. Second here. So there's two things we need to note. There's two things for the rest of today. We're looking for, we hit our first target up here. This is kind of all we needed to do today. It's possible we could trade a return to the scene of the crime, but it's not required. And that's up here at 638. Leave it over here. 638, 20, 21, somewhere in there. I'd like to see it, but it's not required. And from here, we should trade 632, which is way down here before trading to that all-time high. So we'll find out. It's not required at this point. We could probably spend the rest of today not doing too much. So what we'll do is we'll do a expectation for next week. We'll look at some more of the reports next week and data that's coming out. But the target is hit, and indubitably, it's all that needs to be done. From there, we can trade. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. We'll see if we reject, if we can pick this up or not. Trend is right around here. See if we can get down. If we can get down here, close this stuff out, maybe we can swing high into the end of the day. Possible. It's just not required. Check the 30-minute velo here for just a minute. We got more. I mean, we got more time here. Hourly doesn't look too bad. It's possible we could do it today. So we'll just watch this half-hour trigger. See if we can go back up here and trade the rest of it. If not, it's not required. It's not completely required. We can do it at the end of the day as well. Although I would like to see it. I'd like to see it before the weekend comes in. I'm a little afraid of. I'm slightly afraid of. Hold on here. Gotta close out of position here. Hold on a second. There we go. I'm slightly afraid of not closing on the high today. I believe the weekend and possibly early week could get messy. When I was looking at the seasonality for August, early next week, I'm not too positive, to say the least. I'd like to see the 638 so we can trade. Well, we're going to trade 632 at some point, I think. But I would like to see the 638.02, then trade back to 632, and to keep the door open for one more all-time high if possible. We got to talk about that too, because I almost posted this yesterday on Twitter. but I didn't. It's weird because we're losing velocity. Maybe I did post this on Twitter. We're losing velocity on the daily velo on a 30-minute chart. In and of itself, it's not. It doesn't mean that we're not going to make new highs, but it does mean that there's divergence and that it will catch up to us at some point. Like there will be a moment where it's going to catch up to us, which could result in either a flat correction or a sharp correction. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows what that correction is, but we have to be aware of it. I'll show it to you here in a minute. Now we're not there on ES yet. Futures is doing great. Last night their velo looked gorgeous at nighttime, but during the day it's looking pretty bad on SPX and SPY. So we'll watch this and see. I think dealers know that they have to kind of do this stuff. Like they don't really have a choice. And this morning is the same kind of a thing. They don't have a choice. Like if the market stays up, we have to do these things, and if they save it for Friday, so be it. But they have to get it done. You can only fuck around for so long. I do have some. Take a look at this here for a minute. I do have some calls on that are OTM and some puts on that are OTM. I don't think those print. I'll probably have to get some more. I'm not going to get OTM puts over the weekend. I'm going to get some more OTM calls for Monday or Wednesday in case we gap up on Russia US kind of a deal. It seems some of that some of that may have faded at this point, but if that was the trigger to hit those all-time highs or something, I want to be a part of it if possible over a weekend. Otherwise, I'll just be trading and hopefully catch it if I'm trading. But over the weekend, I'm interested in it because they're going to do it over the weekend when you can't trade it. So we'll look at that at the end of the day as well. So for this market to stay up, we have to do that. We have to hit 480, or excuse me, 638.21, I think, and then we can go down to 632, and then we'll stay alive for next week. We do have more reports next week. We'll take a look at some of those here in just a minute. And we'll see if this can recover and trade that PT2 between now and 12 p.m. Be kind of nice. And I also made a joke this morning on FinTwit that I will refuse today to trade zero dates with you at the end of the day. Grubster, Poke the Juice Box, any of you degenerates out there, doggone it. Any of you guys out there, don't even think about it today. I'm hoping that I'm going to have my trading wrapped up here by 12 until the weekend. We'll do some chatting and stuff for next week after that. But every Friday, I kid you not, every Friday I make money, and then I come back to the end of the day and I give it all away. And I'm I can't do that this week. I'm tired of giving away it seems like it's a nice round number too. It's $3,800 to $4,800 every Friday on the close. End of the day. Watch us ramp today, but I can't do it. I'm done with these Fridays giving back money every Friday. And I curse all weekend about, or not all weekend. I get angry for the first half of Friday night, and then I forget about it. I actually do forget about it, but it only goes up. Not on Fridays at 3:30. It teases that it's going to. It used to go up on Fridays. Not so much anymore. We're normally done by 1, 2 in the afternoon, and then if we fade that time period, start fading 1, 2 into 3, and then it goes down, and it looks good. It looks like the setup is there, and then it just drains. All the calls get drained out end of the day. In my view, it does. So we'll see. So we're gonna take a look at all that. We've got another noteworthy thing here, which is 6,400 is a wall. It being a Friday, it's not the same as a monthly OPEX, but Friday OPEX is we have gamma that blows off. That can potentially at least have us go up there and attempt to test 6,400, maybe even break through. So we'll monitor that the rest of this morning. I had some puts on here. I closed them. Just as a heads up. If you want to go long here, I don't think it's the worst thing worst idea in the world here. What parents see if we can trade this up one more time into 12 p.m. we can just get up there. See what happens here. I was in calls this morning on the open, and then I grabbed some puts for right here. I closed them right here. Do you want me to get some calls with you? Here, I'll get some calls with you. Hold on. I've got 638 Cs for today. See what happens. Right there. It's been a good morning. 638 Cs. I picked them up this morning, I think, at 43 cents or something, 50 cents. Somewhere in there. Rode those bad boys up to like $1.50, $1.60, something like that. It's been a good morning. I just grabbed some more. We'll find out here soon. If this thing starts to roll, we'll know. We'll wrap the day up. Put that right down there. Okay, let's look at some stuff here while we wait. We'll watch this. This should grind. We're gonna look at some stuff here in the background. Okay, so we're gonna look at let's delete all that. We don't need all this right now, do we? We already know where we're going. We want to do like a weekend, kind of like a weekend prior brief. Oh, Twilio. What's Twilio doing? I just got an alert on Twilio. Hold on here. I was looking for Twilio to sell so I could buy it. I'm interested in picking this one up. It went from 132. It's now trading $99. Let me just take a quick look at this. All right, let's do this. Hold on. I want to get some Twilio here, believe it or not. It ranges, thing like moves. $74 to $150 like once, $74 to $135 twice. This might need some more time. Might be waiting on Twilio. Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, so we've had a bunch of stuff happen here on a monthly basis. 604.47 and 574.41. So we are moving up a little bit in from the 592. We'll look at the weekly too and see if that's where the wicks are. Hold on here. There we go. Tight here. I want to talk about this wick right here in just a minute. That weekly right there. There's still this little bit down here. There's still this gap down here. 592 is still important. Today being Friday, the weekly close is going to matter. We've been missing, the problems we've been having is that it's not the weeklies, it's the dailies. is where we're losing closing highs. We're getting them in the overnights, but not in the daytime. There. Look at Twilio in just a moment. So 617. As of right now, 617 needs to hold. What's going on over there? Mailman? The driver? So here's the weekly right here. Now what I don't like is this one right here. I don't like this candle at all. Do not like that candle. This is the one that's opened up more downside. It doesn't necessarily be today, but it is open from this candle right here. But this has opened 617. This candle right here has opened us up to trade lower. The bigger question is, do we break through it or not? Just take a peek. So we have range expand. I'm going to bet next week we have range expansion. There we go. Right, let's look at this right here. There's a new island here. Do you see this? Friday, Thursday, right? Friday, Thursday. No, this is wrong. About there. By the dip right there. Let's just look at this right here. We got this up here. This up here. Sweep it down. This right here. So this is kind of it right here. No matter where we go today, we want to hold this right here, the 631. 631.86. This is the buy the dip right here. This. We've got our nice little W here, or a nice little equal highs, right? Equal high right here. Hopefully we can come up here and hit that next one. Maybe not 642 this week, but 628 would be nice. That new high today would be nice. Look at this. Just watching this right here. There's the high tick. Here's R1. We're hit R1, selling into it. Let's go look at this. Intraday, we need to hold this. Okay, there's intraday support. Let's take a look at this. 30 minutes. This will come up here. All right, so hold on here. My preference here is there's 12 o'clock, right? There's 1600. Not required. But I would like to see this high today, believe it or not. But it's not required. So it'll be in a dotted line here. But then when we come back on Monday, Tuesday, it should be white. There's Wednesday. I don't think it takes this long. I don't. 642.50. Right there. There is no requirement. If this, as long as this holds, we're good. I'd like to see it today. Where's this is Monday? How about let's try Tuesday. Turn around Tuesday over here. Let's check this. At 12. Got a nice wick up here. Sellers here expected. All that expected. Intraday support right there. Go back and look at this. Take a peek. This is the day. The dips down there. Okay, now this is what we have to talk about. This is where things get kind of wonky. In a perfect world, if the buyers are going to be in control next week, I want to see this. I want to see the 638, 20, 21 or whatever. From there, I don't care. We'll give them until 4 p.m. to get this done. It's not required, but it's what I'd like to see. If you're looking for the next buy the dip, though, it's lower. It's somewhere down in here. I would prefer to pick up 631.86, even break below this hourly trigger. There's one other thing that we need to speak about, though, and we need to look at 30 minutes velocity. 30-minute time frame, and this one right here. Today is going to matter. You can see we're losing this 30-minute velo. Today we're up during the day. I would prefer to see us close on that high and just log in that week and that day a new high on daily velo. What I don't want to do is see the day close lower, and come after the weekend, Monday or Sunday, Monday. If we open lower, we could open Monday at neutral on daily velocity. So I don't want to see that without hitting that high. But I want you to see that we're like right here. Are we going to go up, or are we going to close down and start the process of losing September? And see September right over here. So we'll watch it closely today. I think we're like everything we need to do, like mandatory, is done. but I would still like to see that high. If you're not already long or you haven't been long since the open this morning, next dip buy for you is at intraday is at right down here, 635 and possibly even 634.59 intraday. I am long here, by the way, but I've been long, since open. So I was long, short, long again. So, but I promise you, we're not doing this late afternoon. We're not doing the ramp the close stuff. And there's our expectations for next week, by the way, too. The only other thing that I would say on this would be heading into, or this week is the 8th, but heading into next week, we've got OPEC on Friday and the 15th. If you are long the market, I would, if it was me, I would say have your trades wrapped up by the 15th on Friday. You may get a little bit of, you might get an extra couple days, 17th, 18th, somewhere in there. But thereafter, I think we really start to go from volatility season into the beginning of bear season. And so you want to think about that, maybe go a little bit more risk off. Not even trying to buy dips, just like find a high and maybe short it if you can. Well, I mean, not short it, but just hedge it if you haven't. So we're on this like timeline deadline here. I think between now and next Friday. And then of course, if things deteriorate typically or historically in the month of September, it gets pretty ugly. Go to the market chat here. What's that? Hold on. A minute here. It's still, you can see it up there too. It's just like begging.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the government is
right here
preparing to IPO Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So again, government preparing to IPO Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year, according to sources cited by the Wall Street Journal.
Retail Island. Yeah, it pretty much is Retail Island, isn't it? Yeah, no. No. I kid you not, like we have no business trading Friday's close. I kid you not. We have like, we don't even have to burn for, like we don't have to close Friday like in the red or anything. They'll just grind us sideways. That's what they normally do at least. Like, I ain't messing with it. I ain't doing it. I refuse. Well, yeah, you trade in shorts. I'm with you on that. Like, give me 632 today so I can just get a call spread for next Friday. I think that's the pickle that we're in too, right here, right? Look at think that through logically. We're at 636 right now. They know, like I would assume that a dealer knows that if we trade 632, everyone's gonna load the fuck up for next week. So we're kind of parked here, aren't we? We gotta we're like thesis wise. My thesis here is like get me 638 right now. If you don't get it done by 2 p.m., I'm out. And I'll meet you lower. I don't care about 638 at that point. No, it's not Poots. It's like Friday closes are weird. Like Friday closes are weird. They don't necessarily burn anymore. They used to. We used to like come in, trade it up to like 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. and bounce, and it would burn. I don't think they allow that today. Like, just think about this theoretically. Like, they pretty much have until 2 p.m. to hit 638. So if they parked it afterwards, you know, like 636, 634, it's not quite where you want to be buying. You want to buy a little bit lower. So if they like kind of parked it there, there's no dip buy for next week. If they got us to 632, I'm all in. So at 632, I think I'm all in. That's a 100-point run for next week. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they do today. They're really sneaky right now. Like, you know, it's like last possible moment up, last possible moment down. No prints unless you're watching it very closely. Even I traded last night. I traded till pretty late last night, and I'm like, there's no way they're gonna let this shit down. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's no fucking way. I'm like, no, not yet. They gotta go up. I'm like, they don't even have any time left. It's like there's no time left in the week. We gotta go higher. You've flushed too many times at this point. So let me look at a few things here. Uh-oh, my shit's on fire. They want me to buy some more, I guess. Hold on here. Hold on, I'll buy some more. I'll add some right now. There we go. Give me some more. There we go. I'm going to start building the position here for upside. Give me more, Daddy. Right here. Done. This looks pretty bearish here, too. Don't be following me on this trade. My DCA is so much lower, so do not be following me unless you've been in since morning. Hold on here. I just don't care. Hold on for a second here. I'm gonna read a few things in the background. I'll make sure I'm not jacking anything up here. So we've done everything we need to do. We've literally hit the target for today. I just don't think we have enough time next week. Yeah, I'm going to read you a note today from Gamma Lab. If you don't know that guy, he's really cool. I've talked to him a couple times. I've got no association or affiliation with this guy. He's one of my favorite gamma guys out there, and it keeps it very simple. I know you guys spend a lot of money on big, fancy gamma stuff, and I just want to know the basics. I already run most of these numbers in the background, but I only need those numbers run. So if you ever want to check that guy out, he's very smart. He's a Wall Street guy. He's not retailer or whatever. But I'm going to read you a portion of what he had to write here, and I'm just reading it for the first time. So I think I'm kind of with this guy right now. All else equal, we don't expect any fireworks today. That means bad. Due to the lack of potentially markets moving event. But the S&P 500 is still not trading in the safe zone. And we got to talk about that. And that's between 6,400 and 6,500. That's where the option markets want to see price. Note the lack of gamma support levels. Short-term option traders are hedging with put legs concentrated at 6,300 and 6,340. On the call side at 6,370 and 6,400. So this makes sense to me as well. And I gotta impress upon you guys, the market is diverging right now. Now the daily close today is going to matter. It will matter. What we close at today will matter in that divergence. It doesn't necessarily mean doom immediately. But like yesterday in the pro chat, Nick made a great observation about gamma support holding yesterday. And one of those is going to fail. I promise you, like, we're going to come into one of these back tests on major gamma support, and there's going to be a rug pull. And you're going to see a gamma bro say something like, that was supposed to hold, and it didn't. So take note of that. That would normally be some headline risk or around an expiry, either of expiration expiry, OPEC, month end. As gamma rolls off, we can like come back to a rug pull. So just be aware of that. He mentions here this morning about he makes a mention this morning about 6,400, 6,500, and I like how he put it. The market wants to see that 6,500. Well, I'm going to show it to you right now, and this is probably the only thesis that the bulls truly have. I kid you not. Like the rest of summer, the only real thesis that a bull has is that there's still calls parked up there. We still have gamma. They haven't rolled, and they're not likely not going to roll, but there's still someone long here in the market. They haven't been scared off. And we'll take a look at it right now. And they're right here. 6,400, right? He's saying we need to get above this. Right? To trade, an attempt maybe to here. This is 6,500 up here, like somewhere in here. Even if we're going to roll, like fail this. Trade up here to fail it. The other posit here too is if we hit or tag it, before we roll, if we end up like coming up here, tagging this briefly, and then we get the big roll, even if it's just for a wick. Okay. Now, if we were going to hit this, we have to think about two things: price and time. It's usually price and time, and you got to think also about dealers if they want or if they're going to hit this target, they want this to be worthless, and they also want this 6,400 to generally be worthless. So let's look at. So here's the 6,400 right here. And there's another thesis here too. I posted this on Twitter. I think I pinned it. The markets really can't roll unless we take everybody's stops. So the stops are right here. Normally, when we roll the markets, it's either going to be some kind of a failure. On air. That's the wrong high, by the way. That's the right high. It's the correct high. It's either needs to be kind of like, hey, we failed this, we can go. Or we come up here, snatch all the stops, and make them re-short. Like recommit to that sell. So it's one of these two things. Now, the other issue we have here is time. Time is not our friend here. So here's Friday the 15th. And we like that's the last point here would be here's 6,400, big wall, door to the upside. And the bigger question here is does it become something where like ramping this at the bell today, hit that target and then swing higher up here? Or does it become something where we fade today we don't hit this, we start fading Monday, Tuesday, and maybe our target next week is that, and this begins to fade, or we ramp this up last minute. Either way, it doesn't matter. Just note that when we get into this time period here, all bets are off for upside. All bets, like literally, just like stop thinking about it, and they're gonna start trying to roll this to the downside. Maybe right up here, prior high, failure to make a new high. Bears come out and tell you it's a double top, all that kind of nonsense and noise. But thesis wise, we haven't lost support. The only thing down here that I don't like is this tag below. I don't like this here. This is showing weakness from buyers, and it also shows that this group of buyers here is willing to run. So we have to hold on to the island. If we do not hold on to the island, these buyers will be looking much lower down here, just so you can see it. Up here, down here. Maybe to trade that up there. But I just want you to know that these buyers they'll run. And if we lose the hourly trigger and the buyers are down here, they will be uncommitted for the roll to the downside. So we'll watch that closely too. Coming into next week, if you're looking for a dip to buy, 632, which is right here. So you can see last place. Somewhere right in there. The gig is up afterwards. I want you to remember this group right here. Basically, like right here. Do not trust these guys. If we lose this, we trade all the way down here. Right here. We'll trade that right there easy. Do you want to be buying this on Monday? Or today? Today or Monday, whenever. Stops underneath. And just note that there ain't nothing down there. Let me look at this 6325 really quick. Right here, 6350. This is slightly higher now. Flip is lower. It's at 6295. But it's even higher. I'm kind of agreeing with this too, to an extent. This is now yellow. Elevator downs right here. And that's very weak support, by the way. Gamma flip is right here. That's 2% right there. It's a fairly big drop. It's 2.3%. So not a lot of room for error here, is there? Kind of need to be. I think I agree with him. I mean, we need to be up here. So any pullbacks next week, we have some room for some support here. check what this is here on tighter. $11 a.m. on Thursday. That's what I had too. Thursday's candle right here. We're looking at those daily candles. Thursday, 11 a.m. Right here. That's right where this green one is right here. I'm at right. There's 11 a.m. I'll be slightly higher. One here. Hold on here. Thursday, 11 a.m. Right there. Where's the high? Right here. Give you an exact number. Like to the strike. Right here. One hour. Yeah, that's right. I've got it right there too. 6:33, almost exact. Right here. This is intraday support. Let's see if these buyers come in for 12. Minute here. I'm gonna find out in here. Where's PT1 or PT2? That right there. Looks about right. You feel it happens this weekend with J-Pow? Should be easy today. Be like nice easy day. You know, you already know if we lose this right here, we're going down. It's like it right here. We lose this right here. Next dip by. Give me a second here. I got one more thing I want to do. Don't need that. Got a TEM alert here. RKLB. We sold the fuck out of XYZ in the open this morning. That's like the one problem I had with XYZ yesterday and a few others like Rocket Lab. They were all basically priced in to not print the open today. They were all at like 12 to 15% expected prints. And I'm like, what are we going to do? Print 20, 30% in these tickers? I mean, you'll print the 12 or 15, but like, do you come back on the open the next day and print another 12 or 15? It just sounds obscene. Hold on here. Just reading a few things. Prediction market. Okay, let's read this to you. Kalshi traders are suddenly betting heavily on a Trump Putin meeting in 2025. Odds jumped from around 50% to 84% in just days. Is that like bureaucracy from Washington betting on this stuff? The insiders know this stuff? U.S. and Russian officials are working towards an agreement on territories for a planned summit meeting next week. E-Trade Shorts, you listening to that, bro? Russia would halt its offensive in the Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, I'm hacking that, regions of Ukraine along the current battle lines as part of the deal. That's a ceasefire. That's big boy news. Woo. Getting spicy right now. Feel it. Ooh, you feel that? Spicy. Oh, what's that? A little doopsie doo? Where are you going? Spoo's wrong way, bro. Well, normally I would say the Ukraine deal is bogus. I'm with you on that, L director. Normally I would agree with that. The only credence I'm giving to it is that Zelensky said something. He has never said anything. He's called people out. He's called everybody out, right? They're lying. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. This time, him saying that he thinks that Russia's being positive, I tend to agree. If he says that, so I'll give it some credence to a summit, some kind of a keep on popping, dude. Keep on swinging. You know, that nice little pump over there. Keep on green barring it. There you go. Keep on pumping now. Don't stop now. Keep on pumping. Can't be short over the weekend thinking there might be a peace deal. We already know it. We already know it. We already know it. Keep on pumping. We know that you can't be short over the weekend. We already know it. We already know it. There we go. Nice little pop. Making money, baby, on an early Friday. I'm not giving it back. You can all fuck off tonight. Seriously, 3:30 crew. I'm going to call you assholes out. Grubster. Poke the juice box. David AMS. I ain't doing it. I'm fucking with David right now. He's probably like in his pajamas right now. He's like, I'm not going to answer him until 4 p.m. He'll trade with me. Oh yeah, baby, pump it. Take some money off right here. We'll buy the check back and we'll. Stoked. Another nice little pump here, some good money. Yeah, I agree with you there. E-Trading Shorts. E-Trading Shorts actually knows. E-Trading Shorts actually knows something about this stuff. When I first time I joined the army, I was 17 and a half, and it was weird. I still had one or two master sergeants that I knew from like the 1980s that served with like Vietnam veterans and stuff. Like there were still, I think there were still maybe even Vietnam veterans kicking around at that time. Anyways, the U.S. was deployed under a UN flag to Bosnia, and the Bosnian Serb war, man. Woof. Bosnia Herzegovina. Oh man. One of the saddest things you could witness when the like Soviet bloc broke up, those people kept a black book. Like there was some, in my view, there was some like stability with Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union, like the Soviet bloc broke up, people had like kept notes. Like I remember this from 1952, and I remember this from 1964 on March 4th at 9 a.m. You were over at this house over here, and they started dragging people out of their houses. You know, kid, like, and then even just relatives and stuff. It was bad. It was really bad. And I agree with you. The death and destruction on Ukraine and Russia, even for Russians. And that's more like a civil war to some extent too, right? They were like the fighting class for Russia was Ukraine at one point. So the brutality that's been taking place over there is horrific, without a doubt. I was thinking about that recently about the like all these guys that love the military or the equipment and stuff. They're always like tanks are going to be there and planes are good, and we still need not battleships, like destroyers and stuff. And all I think about is like the PTSD that those guys in Ukraine and Russia are going to have to deal with for the rest of their lives with drone warfare. I don't know how an American is going to cope with that stuff when they first encounter it. There's no way that that's anywhere close to like IED, PTSD, like drones. I don't think they'll ever recover. I don't think they ever recover. It's not only is it a lost generation, but like their kids will deal with it too. Keep on pumping, baby. Get up there, hit that yellow, hit that, tag it, touch it, touch it. Like they'll pass that on to their kids, then the kids will pass it on to their grandkids. That'll mess like at least three generations up. Yeah, think about the Taco Summit. That's right. You can't be short. I mean, can you be short over the weekend on Taco Summit? Not really. It was, wasn't it? Do you think it was the balkanization too? Or do you think, E-Trade Shorts, let me ask you a question if you mind answering it. Do you think that there's some of the like balkanization of the U.S. being attempted right now? I wonder if that's happening here in the U.S. I don't even think they leave in body bags, do they? From what I was told, they don't. They just they say they went missing. They fled or something. Like the death count, well, the wounded and the death counts, or at least the casualty of war can't return to action is huge. The numbers are obscene. Right? Yeah. Yeah. And they're not even taking like all the wealthy kids are leaving the country, and you can go to Florida and see them, right? Go to Florida, New York, or like the shore or something. You can see there's a big Russian population there. Big Russian population in Southeast Asia too right now. If you got money or if you're from Moscow. And I saw that the AIDS is rampant too right now amongst soldiers and fighting. Trading 636.72 right now. Nice, easy Friday, Monday. Easy. We did the check back. I told you I was getting long. I'm like buying the dip I'm buying this whole dip right here. I started adding here, added all that. Going up. 638. The fucking arrow right there. Right there. PT2. I'd like to get it done too by 2 p.m. if possible. Yeah, a lot of Russians in LA. Miami has a lot of Russians too, doesn't it? Like LA, Miami. Let me ask you guys a question. Okay, let me ask you guys a serious question here. Hold on here. This is a little bit off topic here. I don't want to piss off any membership, but let me ask you guys a serious question. hold on here. I got to ask this question. So I posted this on Twitter yesterday after the bell. I don't want to listen to the whole entire thing, but I want to listen to just to the end of it. I just want to get your take on this. Like when I hear about like yesterday, Heritage Foundation had a speaker for the BLS. I know about the Project 2025 stuff. I take that, or I've always taken like the other party as, you know, like they're in power. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I've always thought about like the U.S. having speed bumps or gridlock, or hey, you're in power, do what you need to do. You know, like give the power to the Democrats, give power to the Republicans, whatever. That's all like honky dory. I'm hyper aware of that we're coming into a new age, right? I'm fine with that. I'm like not a Luddite with that. I'm open to like the future and a new age and like moving into robotics and artificial intelligence and all that kind of stuff. I'm actually open to it all. But I watched that video from that guy from like, I think it's from Boing Boing or Make Magazine or something, or Wired or whatever. The video that I posted yesterday, and I'm okay with all of that. Like I'm okay with it. I'm open to it. But the end of that video, like the last 2 or 3 minutes, the guy made some commentary. He used very carefully threaded words at the end of that video, and I found them very disturbing. The video itself was kind of like lowbrow, top line, bullet points stuff, and I was like, yeah, whatever. I don't need to hear all this, right? And I was like working, and then the last 5 minutes, I was listening more closely, and he had made a commentary where he said, earlier in the video, is describing the last 3 ages in the U.S. And through all 3 of those ages, we've lived under representative democracy. And I was like, yeah, my dream when I was young, when like the internet came to be, I always envisioned the future in this country with representative democracy being a part of that. That jump, and we've always had it. Even the last 3 ages in the United States, we've had democracy, representative democracy. And he made this commentary at the end where he said, kind of smoothly, he said, we would do well, or he said, we're transitioning from representative democracy in this new turning of a new age, and we're going to or he's made the statement that the powers that be, or I guess I'm paraphrasing, but the powers that be also want us to switch from a representative democracy to a digital democracy, and that we would do well as a country to just accept it. And then if we don't, that there's going to be like some kind of pain. And I was like, that's kind of weird. I was like, I haven't been asked that. I always saw representative democracy as being a part of no matter who's in power, politics, whatever. So I don't think this is political. I don't think this is like Republican or Democrat. I think this is just like the powers that be, and which knows no party, in my view, is kind of like the way he was describing it was like, you better accept it or else. It's not going to be voted into. That switch won't be voted on. You don't get a choice as an American to do that.
Okay, Japan's.
Does anybody think about that? Like, I've never thought about it.
U.S. antibiotic plan.
Until like yesterday, I was like, it struck, or 2 days ago. It's been bugging me for like 2 days. It just like rattles around in my head, because I've always thought, well,
so
I'm okay to a new form of government, but I would assume that
begin producing cephalosporin.
We would agree to that or want that.
First overseas production.
My buddy yesterday said, no, they'll just do it to where you don't see it.
News disconnected.
And then the new generations get used to it, and you kind of like roll into this digital democracy. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know if I agree with that. I think that's dangerous. I always feel like if you were going to change a form of government, I haven't seen too many changes of government without some kind of disruption, civil disruption. Whether that's a collapse of the government, USSR, Russia would be a prime example, or if it's civil war, or if it's some kind of war of some kind, some kind of disruption. So let me pose that question to you on a Friday, because whenever I hear about that stuff, I'm like, yeah, we vote, we've got rights, we've got this, we've got that. We could tie up the Congress and midterms, and all of this argument goes away. We could have the FDR moment, right? You push us through this new economic system, and then you bring on some kind of like FDR to placate the public, which would make sense too to some extent. If you're moving into some new form of government, but I just found it ironic that through the last 3 ages, we haven't changed forms of government, and we're being told we have to. It's part of the deal. Make the jump to like AI and robotics in the future and all that stuff. I'm like, I was like, I find that troubling. The new form of government has already happened. Okay. Or is it happening where you just don't know it yet? We just don't see it, or it's happening right now before our eyes. Do you think it's okay? Let me ask you that question. Do you think we need to switch? Like, what would be the benefit to you and I, being the pleb, switching? It just seems like, who is looking out for you and I as the citizen? Why would you need to give up that representative democracy to benefit us? I guess was the bigger question. All right, watch out here for a little roll down, and then this next little one right up here. May not go that deep, but yeah, that was my question. Was like, if the powers, right, that be like the financiers, the banks, the power brokers, the future thinkers, all the people that do the planning over the decades and stuff. I know that's always there. I get it. I don't know why we would. I don't think I've ever had any experience in my entire life where the powers that be are looking out for our best interests. No matter who you are, MAGA, Democrat, Republican, corporate Democrat. I could see the powers want that. I could see like if I was part of the DNC, I wouldn't hate Trump so much. Trump, in his last term, Biden rolled back almost nothing that Trump had done. So it's like, here's the bad guy doing all the bad stuff, but I'm not going to pull down what he did, you know? So I think it has more to do with power than anything. I don't think it matters. I don't think the party really matters. I'm not really on this. I feel like whenever I see like Republicans and Democrats pointing at each other, I'm like, these are plebs, meant to fight each other. I don't really look at it that way. I hang out with wealthy people that are Republicans. They don't give a fuck behind closed doors. Like all the shit they spew publicly, behind closed doors, they're some of the biggest partiers out there. They'll drop a pile of cocaine in front of them. They'll snort the whole fucking thing off the table, and then go to church on Sunday. I'll be honest with you. I'm serious. You don't see like you go to a rich neighborhood and there's not like cops shaking down a rich person to find out if they got marijuana in their pocket like they do in the hood or whatever, you know? You don't go to like a ski town and get like stings run on rich people. It just doesn't happen. You can go to any wealthy community and read their newspaper and you just don't see it. It's the same future, Dr. Gon? Yeah, I think that they're sending us. I think that both sides are sending us. I don't think that's political at all. I think it's power. I was reading this other article yesterday on Reuters yesterday. I posted that one too to Joe Donut, and we've been talking about ways to like maximize profit, and PEs, VCs, 401ks are now intertwining themselves into the housing market. It's like 401ks can now invest in the housing market. Then you got the idea of taking rates down to accommodate some of that, even though the long end will likely spike, which so that would mean that your long-term rates would stay higher. But I was thinking about that yesterday too. I was like, this is all set up for like, you got to have money as we make these changes. If you don't, you're going to be left behind at some point. And now you got all this other money coming into the housing market. How do you compete with that? Already, if you guys have never been to an open house right now, it's like people with cash competing with each other to buy. And now you've got more money coming into the market. I was thinking about that too with open. I have a buy order in an open because of all that new money flooding in. A little bit higher here. Come on. Get up there. Get that new intraday high. Yeah, there you go. Trading 637.32 right now. They got to get the hedge off the market. We might have a peace deal over the weekend. Yeah, I would say in the disc, I don't mind you guys talking politics today. Just be nice to each other. We are here to make money, of course. That's why we're here. Think about what things you're saying. Just make sure you're not like trying to piss each other off. Remember, we're all plebs here too. Like we're like nobody. Like you gotta like if there's any billionaires here, I guess you are somebody. But if none of you are billionaires, we're all plebs. And even if you're wealthy, you're considered petite bourgeois. You're not actually bourgeois. You're just petite bourgeois. And you know what happens to petite bourgeois? They get rounded up too normally. More money making info. I'm long. Are you long? Yeah, I think the petite bourgeois, that's the only way that they think they can usually escape. But if you look at like, so I went to this, where was it at? I went to the Getty once, and they had, not once, I went to the Getty a bunch, like LACMA, Getty. But I went to the Getty once for this, photography exhibit from a female photographer from World War II. And you can't see these photos on Google. You can't like just Google these and look these things up. They don't allow them. I was shocked at the horrors that were captured on film in World War II post-war. That I've never seen a newspaper or a magazine, not publicly. You can see them in exhibits, but that's it. and it was shocking to see the payback that was given to the petit bourgeois at the end of World War II. A lot of people either committed suicide or they were rounded up, taken into the streets, and horrible things done to them that you can read about it in a book topically, but you'll never see those pictures public. I was horrified, even though they were collaborators, petit bourgeois, in a lot of cases. $638.19. All we need is the tip. That's all we need is just the tip. That's it. Just look at TEM really quick. Just a note to you out there that we've been following TEM for a while now. It's trading 60.80. It had a gorgeous squeeze last few days, and it's coming back to retest a pretty big cross daily trigger, hourly trigger, and weekly trigger. It did bounce this morning on the opening bell at 57.87 for your consideration. TEM. Yeah, TEM is good right now. TEM is real good. I just had an alert this morning. It backtested the weekly trigger at 57.87. Excuse me. Losing my voice, boys. Let's see if we can pull this down a little bit right here. For the rest of you, if you are waiting for the next dip buy, 633. We could do the wick bullshit down there, fuck around down there. But right in that neighborhood, if you're looking for a dip buy, I do want to see us today trade 638.19 or 20 or 21, somewhere in there. Also note that over the weekend, there's a bear camp that wants to see Jerome Powell removed. There's also an argument that Trump's going to name a replacement for Jerome and that he'll be the shadow chair in the interim before Jerome leaves office or his presidency, or chairmanship, I guess, not governor, his chairmanship of the FOMC. On the flip side of that, for the bulls, Russia-Ukraine peace deal is possible. Oftentimes they'll do those. They'll make those announcements after the bell over a weekend so that you can't really capture that trade. So maybe end of the day, depending on where we are with price, if we can get down to 33, maybe we can buy the dip. If we can't, maybe some zero dates for Monday that are dirt cheap that you can throw away, like lottos for that upside exposure. I'm long right now. I'm not out. I want to see this 638.19. I either want to see the 638.19 or I want to get out by 2 p.m. If I see anything else here. I don't see any other news over there. Oh, no worries, bro. White House source saying that Trump and Putin set to meet next week. So it's starting to leak out everywhere. We are in a high right now. I think Ted, I'm just reading some stuff on this ceasefire. Oh no, hold on there. Give me 1 second here, guys. Hey, Aaron. Hang tighter, guys. See if we're gonna roll or not. Nope. Wrong stuff. Hang tight, I gotta respond here. Well, right now, all right. So I'm trying to answer questions here. Sorry, I'm reading through a bunch of stuff here. I answered you, Mo Timer. Doggone it! What are you doing? What we're seeing right now is a lot of we're seeing like oil companies doing well right now in earnings. They're all catching prints, but oil itself has had a nice little bumps in it. But I'm still looking for a bottom in oil. And we haven't seen it yet. On CL, there's been a couple nice long trades in CL, but I think there's one more bottom. So I would think that oil would be short, like CL, light sweet crude, that kind of stuff would be shorted into any kind of a ceasefire. Let me just look at it right now. I have like a seasonal low on it of, let me see here. I'm looking for, I've got some alerts set on it. I've got a seasonal low set up for like $41. But oil companies have been doing great. So I would just be taking the profit off of the oil companies and then try to rotate into oil on a bottom. Leave that. What else do I have here? Oh, RHM. Oh, no shit, I'll direct. All right, hold me look at that one really quick. RHM, can you let us know when you buy that dip? What exchange are you trading that on?
Voice news disconnected.
I'm looking at it right now. Oh, yeah, that's bleeding right now. Hey, right on, Top G. Hold on a sec. What are you guys doing in there? Heart. I'll give you a heart and a hug. Metamorph, have a great weekend. I'm gonna give you guys a bunch of emojis. Everybody likes emojis, right? Goat. You guys all like goat emojis? Yeah, data. There's a bunch of like tickers. There's a bunch of like if you look at the past 2 weeks, L Director is talking about Datadog. There's a bunch of tickers that have been annihilated. 10, 12%, 15% down moves. I'm like, man, there's deals everywhere right now. For spring and for fall and spring, or for winter and spring prints. Yeah, you too, Metamorph. Have a great weekend. You want some sexy talk on Apple? Dude, I talked about Apple, didn't I? Let me ask you guys a question. Like I've been talking to you guys about Apple for how long now? On show, in the Discord. I said Dude, Stacy, where the fuck is Stacy? Like, where's Stacy? There's a bunch of the women around here. I shouldn't say women, but like a bunch of the women traders. They've been talking about Apple for fucking weeks and months now. Hell yeah, dude. I've been harping on Apple. I'm like, that is the fucking ticker. Like, that fucking ticker is gonna carry the, and I can't take credit for that. That was Larry Williams brought that up last year. He's like, watch, Apple's gonna fucking underperform all year, and then the second half of 25, it's just gonna start like ramping. It'll be the outperform ticker end of year. That's the one. That, and I think he said Tesla too. Tesla will do this like obscene upside move into the end of the year. Just talk to SPX. Dude, Apple was banging this week. Look at it right now. It's like pure vertical right now. It's like literally pure. Are we going to make a bunch of money on that? We're going to squeeze this shit or what? Let's do it. Look at Apple. It's disgusting. It's hanging dong right now. It's pulling a Tesla from the election cycle. There you go. Keep on pamping. Get up there. Get up there and test that 638. Do it how I want you to do it. We don't have a lot of time left. We only have till like 132, bro. We only got between like, we got 130, we got 2. We ain't got a ton of time, man. We got to fail that first. We'll save the actual all-time high for the close. Supergal likes, dude, Supergal loves Apple. It's not like there was someone here that there was one person in our community has been harping on Apple since their event. I was like, no. I was like, push those things farther out. I'm like, they're gonna print huge, just push the trade out. And I think that they did. I don't remember who it was. Was it you, Supergal? Was it you or is it Stacy? Who it was? One of you guys was like all in on Apple. It was closer to the event, but whoever that is rich now. They're probably fucking filthy rich. They gotta be. Look at Apple just mooning right now. Not getting any news here either. All right, a couple other things for next week. Just let's do some quick updating here. I know it's the weekend. You guys are getting taking the Friday early. I want you to note, if you watch this show, if you're new to watching this show, we normally hang around here and trade until the bitter end on Friday. Most of these Fridays, we're making these highs early day, roughly between now and 2 p.m. And then what we'll do is we'll fade in sideways the close, typically, or go down. Mostly it's been sideways, and then it looks like we're going to get a print, and we don't. So just a note here to note that into the end of the day today. We talked about some pullbacks to 633 for a long. So if you don't like being long up here, you want to be long lower, 633 is the place. We have some hedging information inside of the Discord. We're not on the high, but we're in the vicinity. We're trading 636.91. Not that you put the trade on at this moment, but you don't have a hedge on if you have exposure in the market. We're entering a place where you may want to consider putting one on for the fall. Now, remember, I don't consider hedging to be, don't put words in my mouth with hedging either, I should say. Hedging does not mean I'm bearish, does not mean that I look at more like insurance. Like if you have home insurance, you're going to pay money. They're not meant to make you money unless your underlyings are burning. But I want you to think about that as we approach these highs in the coming days and into by the 15th or 17th, the latest. Start really heavily considering that if you can. Next week, or on Monday, we've got 2 auctions. We've got a 3-month and a 6-month bill. I think I said the 12th, but it looks like it's the 11th. I want you to think about the auction on Monday for the 6-month bill. That is because the 6-month follows real rates very closely. It did bleed out this past week, implying a rate cut in September. Doesn't make it so, but it is implying that 6-month bill is implying right now that there's potential for a rate cut in September, even though I don't think you're getting one. I am interested in paying close attention to that 6-month auction on Monday at 11:30 a.m. If that yield gets sent down to the depths of hell on Monday, it could be a precursor for any of you that are gambling on a rate cut in September. So the 6-month bill auction is on August 11th, on Monday. On Tuesday, we get core inflation. We get the inflation rate month over month, year over year. We get CPI. You know right now that we have inflation. So I want to talk to you briefly about inflation here. There was this big argument, politically driven, that inflation wasn't showing itself from tariffs. I read a piece yesterday from Pravorsky where he said, let me see if I pull it up, I will, but I'll paraphrase it right now. Pravorsky said, tariffs are a tax. And I know that that is a statement that is in the zeitgeist, but it's kind of a loaded statement. Tariffs are a tax, but they never say who they're a tax on. They're a tax on the consumer one time, only if the consumer is well off. Not how you feel, not what you think. If the hard data says that the general consumer is well off, there's potential for you to absorb those tariffs. And yes, that one-time hit of a tariff is a tax on you. Now, when you say, fuck that, I ain't doing that anymore, right? I'm not going to pay this inflation. And you start to say, you know what, I'm going to not eat at this restaurant, or I'm not going to shop at this grocery store, or I'm not going to, I don't know, order to-go food from this company, whatever it may be. Those tariffs are that tariff is a tax, but it's not on you. It gets passed on to either the producer or the company that's trying to push that upon you. What will happen is that company will they'll try not to do anything. They'll try to obfuscate, lie to you. They give you different packaging. They'll give you less product, right? Like less plates, less cups, less this, less that, inferior product. They'll do anything they can not to. Drop prices. Sometimes they'll even go bankrupt. I'm serious. There are lots of companies out there that would rather go bankrupt than start a new company with new funding, believe it or not. And that's okay, too, because you as the consumer, you get the benefit of that on the other end. Now, we have experienced a lot of service inflation, and we have not experienced a lot of pain with the consumer absorbing tariffs at this point. Mostly because the consumer's been well off and wages have kept up. So even if you are angry about it or you don't like it, pisses you off or whatever, it's irrelevant. It really is. This is the ways of the world. It's always been like that. So we have the base case for the original tariffs. You remember the day when Trump held up the big sign? He had all the countries across it. And he said, these are the potential tariffs for everybody in the world. Remember, he caught a lot of shit because you could tell it was written by AI, the tariff threats. He was threatening tariffs on countries that were islands with no inhabitants, right? We're gonna tariff this country with 50% tariffs if they don't respond by Friday. It's like, dude, nobody lives there, bro. You ain't getting a response from those people, right? Remember that time? At that time, the market was pricing in more than 10 points on average. We were at 3. Okay, so we're at 3 points. They were pricing in more than 10, like 10 to 50. Currently, we're roughly at about 15 for where we are. We don't know what's going on in the future. We don't know if we escalate some more or if countries don't respond, don't accept it, or we ladder trade war or not. But right where we are right now is about a 15. So some of it's not priced in. Some of it's not the impact we haven't felt yet either. And we had tariff day just a few days ago. So the market is again finally looking again at durable goods inflation in the U.S. So you want to pay close attention to durable goods. You want to be paying attention to CPI in this case. And you know how I'd said to you that the danger is not in unemployment, it's in jobs. And then I said to you the other danger is in PCE inflation, which covers a lot of services type inflation. And now, so we've seen that now, right? So now you want to be shifting towards CPI inflation, which is in durable goods type inflation, to see if we get any leak from this increased tariffs. You know, instead of the 10, we're at like 15. So they're watching for that last 5 points in those numbers. We have some of that data coming out on Tuesday at 8:30 in the morning. So I want you to think about that volatility heading into Monday morning for the 6-year, and then also 6 month, and then the volatility on Tuesday, the 12th. Also note too that I showed you the SPX returns. The SPX returns next week historically are ugly. They're not good Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So it's probably some kind of a bear or a volatility guy out there. Like I would check in with Vol Wiz and see what his thoughts are. He's probably looking for that volatility. And I also want you to remember that there's unrealized and realized volatility. Vol guys don't care about the realized. Well, they do. They make bank on realized, but they're only trying to capture the unrealized volatility on these events. And we have one coming up. That's on August 12th, on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, we get 30-year mortgage rate at 7 a.m. That'll be interesting, too, because we're already seeing the 30-year spike. Not too crazy yet. Like the 30-year is not at the breaking points for a spike, but on talks of a potential rate cut, the 30-year spiked. And if we get any rate cuts, you will see that long end continue to spike. So long-term rates will actually start to crank. We've seen a little bit of that already. So we've got mortgage rates on Wednesday at 7 a.m. So you got like the doom of CPI, or you've got the auction on Monday morning at 10. Then Tuesday you got the CPI volatility, and that could last into that mortgage rate, 30-year mortgage rate, 7 a.m. on Wednesday the 13th. From there, on Thursday we get PPI. Now this would tell us if producers are absorbing any of this tariff taxation inflation. So Thursday, 8:30 a.m. PPI. So we get more news next week. We've had a very light week for news, right? We also get, what else do we get? 30-year mortgage rate at 12 p.m. We get a bunch of Fed speakers. On Friday, we get retail sales month over month. We're also paying attention to that too, right? Remember when I told you the consumer was really well off? They still are. They still are. They've gotten a little bit more responsible as they've come down. Like if they were a 10, which was what they were, they're like a 6 or a 7 right now. They are. Wolf Richter put out a story earlier this week. Let me see if I can find it here. And he discusses the drunken sailors like you and I. I'll post the link to it if you want to review it. Hang tight here. I can't find it. It was here. Here we go. And not surprisingly, you're well off. But he does make some commentary in this article about you being a little more conservative in your spend. And also, the drunken sailors are taking out HELOCs now. So HELOC loans on their homes, they're getting savvy. This is insightful for you, too, as a consumer to read this kind of stuff. So what they're doing is, rather than paying high rates on credit cards, they're taking out lines of credit with lower rates. So this like 30 year is going to matter here as we move forward. So pay close attention to that article. Take a look at it. What else do we have here? Yeah, but are you showing them did you show them that we're back in line? Show them the rest of the chart, though. It's back in line again. He says that in the article. You're showing them the doom only. And that's the other thing, too, right? Not only do they have to start paying their loans back, they're going to forcefully take it from them, right? So we've got all that stuff coming out next week. We've got retail sales coming out on August 15th at 8:30 in the morning. So start thinking about some unrealized volatility next week, right? And then we get an OPEC on Friday before expiration. See, like bumpy road volatility. And then the next week on the following Friday, we get VIXI. That could lead to some more unwindish behavior. So range expansion likely on the menu for next week. And that's coupled with a potential ceasefire deal. It's coupled with potentially Jerome Powell being replaced. You guys want talking points for the bear meeting over the weekend at the Legion of Doom? This is all it right here. We also get Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday, the 15th. And then the next week, looking ahead 2 weeks from now, we should be through most of the earnings at that point. And I'll touch on that briefly here. The earnings calendar. Looking ahead to next week. We have 2 earnings on Sunday. On Monday, we get 191. It's about half, right? Tuesday, 176. Wednesday, 146. Thursday, 250. And then we go into what you could consider to be the tail ends of earnings season from the 15th through the 21st. On Monday the 18th, we get 18 earnings. Tuesday the 19th, we get 27. Then we get 27 on the 20th, and then 27 on the Thursday the 21st. And they start to really lighten up after that. So reasons for the market to stay up any longer starting to dissipate. We're starting to also walk into some more volatility and some potential unclenching behavior. Let's watch this closely here. Remember, between now and 2 p.m., I'm out. So I'm going to watch this closely. Here's intraday support. I want to see this by 2 p.m. If we can't get this by 2, right up there, I will be out of market. I got no interest in trading the end of the day here today. Don't even care if it goes moon. Zero cares on further upside. I got to take a look at my shit. Uh-oh. My shit's been very green and then kind of bleeding. What else? Should I add some more here, maybe? Maybe I should add some more, or we'll just wait. The half-hour trigger's coming up right now. Half-hour trigger's racing higher right now to meet price. I'll wait a bit. If I can add any more here, I will. Any coming down here? I got you. I'll buy you. Here, I'll just throw some on right now. Hold on. Here come. Here you go. Just bought some more. I'll buy you there. I'll buy you lower. I don't care. Buy you wherever you are. There we go. So that's all of your news for next week. Just be aware of that. That you've got like potential squeezing over positive news with a ceasefire. You start stacking up more volatility, and you're at the tail end of earnings. Oftentimes, when we're at the tail end of earnings, you know what happens, right? We're putting in maybe one more high, starting to fade the market. Oftentimes, we're also heading out of volatility season and into bear season. Rubner. There's probably 3 or 4 good traders that I like out there. I like Pravorsky. I like Rubner. I like the celebrity quant, Charlie McGilligot. I like a bunch of cool guys out there. Those guys are all long until middle of the month. I don't know exactly when, but I'm assuming it's roughly around the 17th. Give it a day or two before, a day or two after. If you can wrap up your longs before, even better. You'll likely also see those guys come out at some point and say, I'm full bear at this point or whatever. I'll update you if that comes out in the next week or two. What else do we have? I think that's it. I don't have too much. Upside expectations between now and the top. Maybe we need to talk about that. This weekend, I'm going to try to get you out I'm going to try to get you guys out some outlooks that are farther out in time. Now, these outlooks are not going to take into account seasonal weakness. In my view, I don't want to put the seasonal weakness in there, but I do want you to know that outside, if we stay strong or in trend, do you want to know where the expected top is? I don't think we get there, but do you want to know where it is? I've mentioned it once or twice. It's not 642. It's 665.80. I've mentioned it a few times. I can't trade it. I can't believe that we're going there. I'll be honest with you. I'd rather just trade it from level to level. But I want you to be aware of it, okay? 665.80. Yeah. And then we have a major correction. That would for the fall. Yeah. 665.80, then we roll down to like 580 or 570. But we're not there. I don't think it's tradable. I think you can trade like 640 to 650, and we can talk about 650 to 665 when we get there. But I don't think it's anything you can trade. I wouldn't trade it. And there's no gamma saying it either. So I've got it measured. I've got it still sitting there. Or no, I've got it measured to 664.84 or something like that. I'm sitting here. I don't want to say that because if I do, we ain't going there. And you guys are gonna be like, Cap said we're going to 665. We didn't. He's wrong again. Fuck that guy. It's all his fault. I went full account. I mortgaged my kids off and just bought straight calls for 665. I got fucked. But just keep that in the back of your mind. I think it's a very, very low probable event. I assign maybe 5% to 15% chance of that happening. It's not in my curve of most likely outcomes, but just be aware of it. That it's there. What else? And that also takes into account like a back test to like 610, 612, 617, somewhere in there. As long as we're not like blooding down to like 592, 600, that kind of alters that trade. If we trade 600 or 592, you'd still target that number, 664. But it's possible. It's just, I don't have a crystal ball for that shit. Just don't. Just be aware of it, though. This weekend, I'll give you the charts for that so you can kind of see the range on that trade. What else? Yeah, I only have like I don't have a lot of bandwidth for after 2 p.m. because every fucking Friday, this is what happens on Fridays. I'm going to show you right now what happens on Fridays, or at least in recent history. Like, we'll fail this up here, right? Show you exactly what happens. We fail this up here, right? We start fading this bullshit over here, right? I'm going to show you exactly how it goes, or in my experience, how it's been going, or our experience, how it's been going. I don't think this is how it happens today, but let me just show you what I think happens here. Okay, so this is 4 p.m. right here, right? So normally what I encounter is this. I'll encounter like one more push higher, right? We'll fill that high up there. Somewhere around like 1:30, 2 p.m. somewhere in here, right? We'll start fading this down here. Right, we'll come down here somewhere, like 6:30, somewhere in here. Let me show it to you right in here. You can kind of see that W, right? You see it? Right, kind of see that W. And the idea here is that you're thinking, okay, we're going to rip into the bell, right? That makes sense. Like big, beautiful squeeze up, right? You see it? I can't go. I can't go right now, honey. I'm sorry. It's too early for me. I love you. You see it right here, right? There's the cup. And we haven't been able to get too much go on this like we want. What they're doing is they're like, they start squeezing here, and then it's like red candles of death. Wham, 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 wham. And then we wake up on Monday and it's like this. And we wake up on Monday and it's like, whoop, we hit it. And so I'm up here doing this kind of nonsense here. We're going to squeeze up, hit that thing right there. We don't do it. And so for me, at least, if you're wondering what my plan is today, is I don't really want to give my money back to the market over here. You know, like I'm in for like $4 or $5 grand or something. And it's like, fuck you, no money. So I'm kind of out. Now let's say we don't go up here at 2 p.m. Or after, let's say we don't, let's say we start rolling this or anything like that. We start rolling early. Yeah, fuck you. Cut my losses. We get underneath this 5-minute trigger. Right here, hold on. If we start rolling this down, and you start seeing like, shank this, we're out of here, bloodbath. I might buy that right now for one more shot. But basically, if it's just like blood, and we do this kind of nonsense over here, I honestly am not going to trade it. I want nothing to do with it. I really don't. I'd rather come in. I'd rather be clean. Maybe buy some 0 dates for Monday. The bell. Nothing. There'll be 1 dates here, but not for a trade here. It'll just be for a weekend trade, and they'll be dirt cheap, pennies, just for some exposure. Because you could potentially on Monday, if there's a trade deal a fake ceasefire, you could see a nice squeeze up. And then if you wake up on Sunday, Monday, there could be some FOMO into the open, and then we'll sell into the retailers on Monday that are screaming bloody murder that they want to get long because of the truce. So we just like sell right into that strength on Monday. It's a good setup. So no more trading for me after 2 p.m. right around here. Kind of done in here. It's my My pumpkin or my carriage turns into a pumpkin up here. That's why you don't trust rich people. I've hung out with a lot of rich people in my life, and they live differently than you and I. You know, they want you to fight with each other. They want you to hate each other. They want me and you to hate each other. It's not good. I don't think it matters. I think if you get the ceasefire over the weekend, you're going to see the ramp. And then on Sunday, what you'll see is Asia and likely Euros wanting to pump that up. And then what you do is you just dump it on the market on Monday or feed it or sell into like retailers. If we get a ceasefire, I guarantee you, you're going to see like, if we get a ceasefire, in my view, you're going to see us open and you're going to see a giant green bar. And that's going to be unloading calls on bulls that are really, really FOMO'd up. And they're going to get trapped in that fucking green bar in my estimation. It is been said that it's worth 100 to 150 points up. A ceasefire deal is about 150 point move. I don't know that we get that immediately. We might get 50 to 100 until the war is actually over. They could cut it up or whatever, but I would expect at least 50, potentially 100 on open Monday on any kind of a ceasefire, especially if they stop fighting. It'd be huge. What else? I think I got everything done today. I think I got everything you guys need. Over the weekend, I'll give you the farther outlook. I'll give you like a 4-hour or 1 day or weekly outlook or something like that. The thing about those outlooks is that when I release that over the weekend, I'll try to cover them on Monday, maybe. Or maybe we can do a private stream on Monday because I want to explain how that works. I don't spend a lot of time on that. Like you talk to like a Joe Donut. A Binky would understand them better. Those guys trade on much higher time frames. So they have like a neighborhood they're trying to be in, and they don't really care about the intraday, intra-week kind of stuff. And those outlooks look like that too. They have a range of buying and then the range of payouts that are much, much higher or much, much lower. What if the ceasefire talks fail bad? That's a good question. I think we're closer than farther away from that. It's been a long time. We're either going to get a ceasefire or a capitulation sooner than later. I don't think they can hold on either side for much longer. I think if you look at like a curve, we're at the tails of a deal of some kind being done sooner than it is farther away. You look at like the years, like you expect to carry out another 5 years or 10 years, probably not. Still parked here, just waiting. I don't really have a like. Do they fail? I don't. I think Zelensky This is the first time Zelensky's said anything. That's the first time I've heard Zelensky himself out of his own mouth say he's positive on that. I think every time I've heard Trump or Putin say something or be reported to say something, I've given it no possibility. I need to hear it out of Zelensky's mouth. He's been fairly quick to publicly deny. And this week he was quoted specifically. He's been cited as saying that, like Putin and Trump are having meaningful dialogue. What else do we have? I think that's it. I think I got everything. I think I got everything you guys need for the weekend. I think it's more. I always go back to. I don't think this is a discussion about ending the war. I think it has more to do with a ceasefire. As far as ending the war, I've got no skin on whatever that is. I think I think it's like anything. We talk about it on the show, right? You get two guys fighting in a corner eventually, throwing fists at each other. Is it better that they keep throwing fists at each other, or is it better if they're sitting at a table and no longer throwing fists at each other? And of course, it gives people time to breathe. Say maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe things are better not fighting. Gives time for negotiations and talks and discussions. I actually spent I spent some time yesterday watching an old school documentary, an interview with what's his name? Hold on, I'll look this. Let me see what this guy's name is. I forget his name right now. What's this guy's name? Oh, I got those names on the tip of my tongue right now. He was with Reagan way back in the day. And when Reagan died, he was interviewed. And he was talking about he met with Gorbachev. Reagan had met with Gorbachev privately. No press being alerted to it. And Reagan had sat down and I think there was 4 Russians that had entered an American embassy in Moscow, and they were seeking asylum. They couldn't get them out of the country, and Russia was going to disappear these people. And him and Gorbachev had met in this private meeting, and Reagan was like, "Come on, man! I can't. Just give me that. Let these people go, or let them come to the U.S. to immigrate, or whatever. Don't disappear these people. You look bad publicly, even if you are that country or that guy. This looks bad." And they released the hostages, or they were able to get them into the U.S. And it wasn't a public thing, and it was just like a conversation between 2 world leaders. And I still think that's real. I hope that that's real to some extent. So this could potentially open some line of communication, having a summit of some kind to say, "Hey, man, maybe just stop this shit for now." I think that's good. I think that helps everybody. So no take on if the war ends or truce or whatever. Just I think it's a step in the right direction. And I think that's good for the market to go higher. Still parked here waiting. We'll see. It looks like we're getting pretty close here. It's 1:21, 9 minutes left to catch a new high in here. Not too much time left. We want to see a new high right here. Remember, we don't want to see new lows. We want to see new highs in the half hours. We'll watch this closely into 1:30. Start seeing new lows. We'll start taking some off here. We'll come back and look at it later. Remember, we've got the witching hour, fix fuckery at 2 p.m., as Binky likes to say. Get a little bit of bearishness right here. Not confirmed yet. Watch this closely here. Check the VIX really quick. 30-day VIX. Smash the VIX Friday. Ah, yes, volatility in the dumpster. Love to see it. Stand up erect right there, my green bar. With the plot armor on Trump and Putin is insane. I don't disagree with that. Oh, you know what else I've been watching? I've been watching South Park's new season and King of the Hill. Whew. King of the Hill. Like where South Park was a little, fucking crazy. King of the Hill was like very tactful. King of the Hill was like because you kind of know like Hank's kind of conservative, but he's kind of a decent human being too at the same time. But I'm fascinated by the show. The King of the Hill started out a little bit slow, but it's getting better as the season moves on. Colbert's gloves off. There's a lot of gloves off right now, isn't there? Like it or hate it or whatever. Even Jon Stewart to some extent, right, is a little bit gloves off. But those two shows, I haven't watched TV shows in a while. I like binge watch, like I watched like the Three Body Problem from Tencent, and then the U.S. version, stuff like that. The new Game of Thrones I watched, but I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't watch any sitcoms. Gave up watching sports unless it's in person. And those two shows, I've at least cackled watching that shit. I'm like, what is going on? They're like, what's her name from the Ice? The person from Ice. She got angry, and I didn't understand why. And then I watched the episode, and I'm like, oh god, it was bad. Mr. Mackey was an ICE officer. We gonna pump this or what? Let's do it. Let's wrap it up. Let's go home. Yeah, the face falling off when it was like running around and like trying to jump on other people's faces. It was terrible. It was really bad. Oh, and Levitt had her cross on in the episode. I thought that was funny too. I got that. Oh god, it was terrible. Let's see if they can move this up. Need a new high. We don't need to go too high. We just need to go like right here. That's it. That's all we need to do. Thanks, Despacito. Thank you. Despacito just posted Ukraine's President Zelensky, national security advisors from Ukraine and allied states are to hold talks on Friday again. There is an understanding that we could reach at least a ceasefire. Some of this stuff is starting to hit the wire right now. Just take note of that. It's starting to be important to the wire right now, the stock market at least. Also beware too, if we get an actual ceasefire, there could be a jackknife type move. If they do it in cash markets, sometimes they'll ramp it quickly. But other times, if they announce it, you'll see a jackknife down and then the move higher. So be careful of the jackknife if we get one. That one works right there, but and this one works, right? Higher low, prior high, higher low, higher high. Just need to hold this new low. If we don't hold this new low, I'm likely out. Let's watch this closely here. I'm gonna find out real quick. Low, higher low, high, higher high, higher high. If we put in a new low down here, I'd be pretty bearish. Watch that. Watch that. Trying to take your stop. See it? Watch that candle. Start seeing that flashing candle here to take your stops. Be aware of volatility between 1:30 2:30 this afternoon as we get closer to 2 p.m. A little bit of a roll here. Mm, 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 mm. 1 o'clock low was 636.12. VIX parked at the moment. Listen, I want to tell you something about Lily. I looked at Lily last week. I had a pretty bearish take on Lily before they reported. It's a very it's in a very dangerous place. It's probably not done going down in a pretty major way. Last night I read Wall Street's take on Lily, and I was going to post it but didn't. I think their take was selling Ohm. If you read the post that I gave you on accumulation and distribution, the Wyckoff stuff, it doesn't look good. Elliott Wave doesn't look good either. On higher frames, it looks pretty rough. I'm kind of scared for Lily right now. I'm not scared, but does it ever recover? I don't know. You'll have like the bear, or you'll have like the squeeze or whatever, but in the long term, I'm kind of scared about it. Here we go. Ready? Just a few notes here. Ukraine's President Zelensky. National security advisors from Ukraine and allied states are to hold talks on Friday again. This is from Zelensky. That we could at least reach a ceasefire. That's big. It's huge. It's hitting the wire right now. Oil is getting annihilated right now on that news. So just be aware that oil already is dropping currently. Watch out for some squeezing here. We could do this today. We could do this into the end of the day today. Start fucking ramping. Mind you, just a word of note to you. On these static events like this, outcomes can't be predicted. I just need to warn you that. Hey, we're going to go here. We're going to go there. We have these like static events. I can't predict outcomes on those. Nobody can. If anybody tells you they can, they're lying to you. Promise you that. So just be aware of it. If you're short, you may want to take a short off for just a bit. You don't have to make every trade a short. Just a warning to you out there. If you're short, like literally short futures, you might want to undo the hedge. Even if I was wrong, even if we blast down, just step off the market if you could. I'm asking you that because you could get annihilated if they start squeezing or running this shit up on that news that's breaking right now. Oil's getting hammered at the moment. Just underneath the covers, not watching. CL taking a beating right now. And I can't predict like big giant green bars or big giant red bars. You just don't want to be owing that money, that maintenance. Better to short a big green bar than, get caught up in it. You heard me say it. Yeah, 100%, El Director. 100%. I'm with you. I'm with you too, El Director. I'm gonna pin this right now publicly just in case. I don't want anybody getting fucked publicly. I posted something about it on Twitter. There's easier ways to be short. Because a retailer, you can get fucking run the fuck right over. All we need now is like Trump to do a fucking. It's Friday. Like Trump likes coming out. He's like, oh yeah, everybody wants to hang around at 4 p.m. I'm like, no, dude, we're all leaving. It's Friday. Like fucking. He like goes off the like every Friday. He's like, no, don't leave the market. Stay here to talk to me. And I'm like, no, dude, we're out of here. Bye bye. Like I'm just waiting for Trump to like host a fucking impromptu press conference from like Russia. I flew in here last night. Look, it's my buddy Zelensky and my buddy Putin. We're all friends now. You know that Trump has to say something, right? It's my show. Peace Prize, baby. Nobel Peace Prize over here. Not that guy. Not that guy. Me. I brought peace to Russia and Ukraine. We're just waiting for that to happen today. Like 4 p.m. He'll start just ripping. You have planning concepts of a plan, thoughts of a plan. Yeah, I'm with you, E-Trading. I think you're right, E-Trading Shorts. You just go hands off here. Don't fuck around with it. Do not mess with it. Market trading higher now. Yeah, it's real. I wouldn't post that shit. Like, people think that I hate Twitter. I don't. Or like FinTwit. I don't hate FinTwit. I don't hate bears. I don't hate anybody. I'll post shit if it's like serious. Like, I don't want to see anybody blow themselves up. Fuck no. They're fucking fellow retailers, man. Like, I love my fellow retailer. I'll be honest, 100%. I can't always be there, like on Twitter, but try to be when I can. I do have a lot of love for retailers. True passion for a retail trader. It's the only way I've had in my life. For like working like a fucking dog my whole life. It's the only way that I've found for a pleb like myself or anybody else to make a difference in their lives, like a real difference. I fucking broke my dick, and to be told to go fuck myself for years. Oops, sorry, bro, you missed this. Oh, you missed that, bro. You know, I always thought I knew what wealth was, but not until I had it. Like, these fucking guys could have given me, you know, like 0.00001%. And they're too cheap to even give that, you know? So I think the only way truly to legally to make a difference in life is probably the stock market. Or the cost of entry into that is quite low. Squeezing higher now, trying to catch that new high. You're looking for this first tag here of 637.29 and then 637.37. If there is no deal and if there is a deal and we squeeze, you could probably short that, but just wait for it. If we bloodbath down, you can probably long it. Stay on the edges if you're using margin. Don't be out there fucking around. There's easier ways to make money. Trading higher now, 637.16. Oh, thanks, Despacito. Appreciate that, brother. It's real. I was the best at what I did in life. Like, oh, they're not the best, but like, you know, it's a very small group of people. Like, they ran in very small circles. Like, in what I did, it was a very small group of people. Like, whatever your profession is, I worked in the top 1%, maybe smaller, 0.03% maybe of what I did for work. And I still didn't. There was no gold at the end. There was no pot of gold at the end of it. And even when I was trusted, it was to mine other people's pots of gold. So it wasn't even my own, I didn't even get my own gold. I just got the chance to mine their gold. You know, like, and then like home ownership is great. Like, it's great normal investments, but it's a lifelong thing. You know, you're paying for all the repairs. You're paying for, you know, putting in a new water heater, putting a new roof on it, you know, insulating, bad things that happen, tree crashed through the house. I spent part of my, so I went to school for business, and my father was a chef, very, very well known chef for many years. He was a partner with a guy that owned the second oldest bar in the oldest state in the union. And I never wanted to be a chef. I knew there was no money in it. My dad like got out of it as he got older. My mom hated that he was a chef. There was no retirement, no insurance. He was a veteran. My dad is like a decorated combat vet. He's got like the full salad. He was blown up. We did 2 tours in Vietnam. He has a Bronze Star with oak leaf cluster for valor. He's got a Purple Heart. He got blown up. Then he worked. Second tour, he worked with Montagnards, I think they're called. They're like indigenous Vietnamese people, Maxog, stuff like that. Anyways, so I grew up around that, always surrounded by it. But I was like, I can't be a chef or whatever. And I did do that. I did some cooking, but I went to school for business. Went into the management side of very high end stuff like boutique hotels, restaurants, James Baird, Michelin type stuff. Then some non-Michelin James Baird stuff where they didn't have it too, but they were still like the best restaurants out there or whatever. And then I started consulting, did a bunch of years for doing that, and was a hired gun to like fire you, find out where working for corporate CEOs and finding out who the problem was in operations and getting rid of them and replacing them. And then went from place to place to place to place. Owned a bunch of different shit as well along the way. Vanity projects that I thought would make me a millionaire, and it didn't. It said, fuck this. It's kind of funny because I was where I was living, I was like robbing Peter, pay Paul, right? Like kids, wife, this, that. And I finally had the opportunity to buy a house in Detroit. And I was like, I'm going to start flipping houses. I was like, I'm tired of this shit. So I started flipping houses and stuff and doing real estate deals. And that was how I was able to pay down debts, pay down my nut. Was it the nut? Is that what they said in South Park? Everybody's got a nut, man. So I could pay down the nut. And then life got easier. Life got way, way easier. And I read a story yesterday. There was I meant to comment on this on Reddit and I didn't. There was a woman yesterday on Reddit that made a post where she was saying that she was expressing her frustration at her husband. And they've got kids, young children, and they're poor. They're not poor. They're like working their balls off. And she was angry at her husband or something, and the husband had done some stupid shit. And her response, of course, was like, fuck him. And I wanted to comment to her yesterday that I think we've all been there raising kids. And when you're older, you look back differently than you do when you're in those situations. And there's no easy answer for that stuff. I think that applies here with retail traders too. Money solves a lot of things. A lot of stress, debt, mortgages, insurance, and this, and childcare, and food, and am I ever gonna get fired? Am I ever not gonna have a paycheck next week? Any of that stuff is brutal on relationships, and it was crushing to read that story last night because I've been there. I've had those moments with my wife, and they suck. And how you act in those situations, really, there's no easy answer. There's like no, you don't win. You're like eating a lot of crow pie, or you're fighting with each other. There's no real there's no movie ending. You just have to deal with it as you get older, and try not to like burn each other down, and burn the kids down, burn your relationship down with your husband or your wife or whatever. And I think the retailers are very much like that, myself included, as a retailer, which is escaping the veritable rat race in life is no easy thing. And I would say pre 2000, pre 2000, retailers generally didn't ever have that opportunity. I remember back in the day there was like a lot about day trading and stuff, and making fun of day traders back in the 2000s, early 2000s. But I think the retail revolution has been amazing. I think it's changed a lot of lives. I read another article last night on Wall Street Bets. I was looking up Open again. I was told you I was like keep researching Open because I want to get long it. And there was like a post done about Open, and the post was old. There was a big discussion going on inside of the more mature, not shit post type conversation in the post, in the commentary. And there were some old school Wall Street bettors in there having a discussion. And they're like, yeah, like on the surface, you look at Wall Street Bets and you'll see all the degenerate shit. The guy made a very insightful comment. He said, Wall Street Bets has grown over the years. It's got millions of followers now. But there is a lot of people that have changed their lives. Even though you keep like the degeneracy side of it as like a badge of honor or whatever. I think retail traders have, there are a lot of more success stories than you'd think. And I always like seeing that shit, because you go to your boss and he's like, you didn't meet this metric, bro. Sorry, you can't get we'll give you the cost of living for inflation. And you're like, what are you giving me? You're like 10 cents. And you're like, that's not cost of living inflation. What are you talking about? Oh, and you missed this one metric, so your bonus is gone and your pay raise is gone for something bullshit. That shit is like insidious in the brain. It's devastating. Like when you're told that, it's like, fuck me. I've been looking forward to this all year, breaking my dick, and this guy just told me to eat a bag of dicks. Like, oh, you know what I mean? And then you realize that you have to jump a lot. That's the worst part, because like I think everybody wants to like work for a company for 10, like I want to devote 10, 20 years, these guys are promising me all this stuff and rainbows and fucking unicorns with shit pouring out of your ass. And then you realize someday you're like, fuck, I got to quit and I got to go fucking find someone that's going to pay me more. It's like, then you're like jumping from job to job and this and that. And you don't have any history with a company, and all in service of what? Debt. You ain't trying to get rich. You're just trying to like, make sure the kids have fucking childcare Monday through Friday so you can go back to work. Kind of sucks. I'm grinding higher now, trading 637.22, looking for some kind of a failure above here. We do also have some really positive news potentially in the markets. If you're trying to be short the market, now's not the fucking time. I don't care if we red bar it down to the depths of hell right now. Just don't be short. There are easier trades to short than binary events like possibly or potentially, Trump coming out and saying something like the war is over. The fucking market just goes. Don't do it right now at this moment. What else? If you want to take some off up here, you potentially could if you're long. If you're going to leave your exposure on that news, I don't blame you. But I think somewhere in here, some kind of failure in here if you want to get long again, lower. Or even lower in here. I would not short this either. Don't look at that shit and be like, we're going to short the fuck out of all that, cap. Just don't do it today. Just be cool. Get run over with like big green bars. Don't do it. I saw that Opland group. I saw that. The tariffs on Swiss gold bars. like, it's like, fuck, is that like the China print and money tax? Or what is that? I saw that, brother. ES is like, whenever Cap says he's not a crystal ball, it means we're going to moon. It's you can fail. Listen, who said that? So I got somebody said I'm failing or I'm trying to change my life and I'm failing. That's okay. You know, when I was young, right? When I was young, my dad instilled that in me. Hard work, dedication. And you just keep plugging along. And my dad was like, "You're gonna fail. Just pick yourself up and dust yourself off." He gave me the bullshit boomer shit. And then of course when I failed, that's not what happened. My dad fucking ripped into me. People ripped into me. I felt like shit. Sometimes I would do even more bad things if I fucked up or whatever. I want you to know something if you're watching the show and I saw that comment. Only when I thought that was it for me is when I started to actually be more successful. It took a lot of years to be successful. Just don't quit. It's the only thing I can say to you is don't quit. Everything is forgivable unless you maybe murder somebody. Everything is forgivable. Don't beat yourself up too much. Don't be like, I'm the worst person in the world. I failed at this, failed at that. Just keep plugging. Keep working, keep working, keep working, keep working. Try new things when you can. And take risk when you're young. It's okay to fail. Even if you feel like you're like, oh, I failed, this sucks. Keep plugging. Keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. Just keep plugging. I got to tell you something, man. RP, I got to tell you something, man. You find the guys inside our Discord that buy the market and sell options. Find those guys. You know, we come in like twice a year. We come into a seasonal weakness. I was talking about Ford recently. You don't need to do all the memes and all that shit. You can just buy like Ford shares. Ford basically follows our market. There are others. You can do a Google search on the most traded stocks, and then overlay them on the S&P 500. And if you find one that's cheap enough, you just start there. Put your money into stocks, man. Seriously, the degenerate stuff. You need to have some money to do that, brother. You need size. You need size for that shit, dude. I never liked the wheel. Well, I used to get stuck in the wheel. Yeah, I would get stuck in the wheel because you're constantly rolling positions, catching assignments. There's like you end up like buying the markets, like and like come in on the end of a quarter and you just want to get the fuck out of all this stuff. It's still better than being a degenerate. Or synthetic longs are good too. Call spreads, simple call spreads, far dated longs and options. But you'll make it, I promise. You'll lose enough that you'll say, "Fuck this! I'm never doing this stupid shit anymore." There's a point where you're not going to be a degen anymore. I promise you. You either get washed out, come back, washed out, come back. And one day you'll say, "Fuck this! I'm done. No more unrealized losses for me." And then you make enough money that you don't have to own Reddit. Oh, not Reddit. Fucking Ford. You then start owning the S&P 500 somehow, or NASDAQ, or whatever you like to own. Okay, so we're coming in right now into, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming into the new intraday high. This is the expectation up here of 637.30. I'm looking at a different chart right now. 637.36. All we have to do is tag the new intraday high. There's no requirement to go any higher. We are also coming into 2 p.m. Where things can get a little frisky. It doesn't necessarily mean we go down, but you're going to expect some kind of push lower, more than likely at some point. some kind of seller to try to enter if we squeeze up here. I'm trying to come in here and mess with you a little bit. Thank you for flying with Jim James Airlines today. My calls are printing right now. Are yours? Mine are. You want to take some off here, maybe? I'm going to let go of your hand. You decide what you want to do from here. Yeah, 100%, man. I'm with you on that too. Don't hesitate if you want to take some off here. You can. If you don't, want to ride or die. Don't blame me if your shit turns red. Any profits? Good profits.
Canada Prime Minister Carney says press on latest jobs data says wage growth now outpacing the growth in CPI.
Take a look here. Nice. Money today. Been a really good day. I don't want to give any of that shit back. I'm already looking at it going, I ain't fucking giving none of this money back to anybody. Give money back to people. Out of your minds. Talking to myself on the stream. My internal monologue is on the stream right now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, push it up.
According to
Good, push it up
the
there.
White House is to clarify misinformation on gold tariffs. Furthermore, the official says gold
Good.
order to be posted
No.
in the near
Give
future.
it a little bit more. I didn't realize that's all we needed, but come on. That's all you're giving me?
After that news, we are seeing some weakness in gold prices. US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a
Come on. Touch it. Note that there's still more room to rise here. Also, for your pleasure, we are coming into 6,400 on SPX right now. I'm just going to show it with the door to the upside here. And the wall at 6,400. Thank you for flying Captain Jim James Airlines today. We are trading 63.93.28. I want you to know that the bulls need to be above 6,400. We've got a rising gamma flip. Bulls really need to be above 6,400 for some safety. If they don't get above 6,400, they're in danger underneath. Trading 63.93.38 right now. You could expect a little bit of turbulence as we approach that 6,400, maybe a jump up over it later. If you're looking for some kind of a target, though, if you're still long and not getting out like me, I want you to just pay attention to this chart right here. If you have a little bit more FOMO in you than I do, that there. Note that the pivot targets on SPX. Damn. You ready? 642702. Pivot target on SPY. Oh boy, let me just show this really quick. Pivot target on SPY on the upside is 640.65. We also have the prior high on the prior intra-week high. Here's PT2. We hit PT1 earlier today. You're welcome. Congratulations on making money. Thanks for hanging around. You recall that yesterday I said to you that the market needs to go vertical tomorrow. That's today. It doesn't have a choice. Yesterday's close required that we go vertical. Not close. Yesterday's low required that by today's close, literally that we go vertical. We need to actually make a new high from yesterday's high. We need to. We need to for continuation. It's dangerous if we don't. We have unlocked doors below. So the bulls are in the chase right now. There's another thought or thesis here that we can't roll until we take all the stops of anyone that's actually short the market and have them re-short the market to trigger the sell. So we're going to go higher. If the way is not lower, where is it? It's higher, right? Higher is where? 641.46. Trading 637.58 right now. As far as how high do we need to go today? We only needed to hit 636, and it would be preferable to get a new high from yesterday. That's 638.20, 21, somewhere in there. That's all the market needs to do. Does not need a new all-time high today. Just needs to literally just go like this. Whoop. That's all that's needed. It can go higher. It's just not required. I'm out. I got out. I don't trade the FOMO well. I get really frustrated when I get rolled. I'll trade above it. I'll trade the bounce or rejection of it. I rarely stay in. Sometimes they'll stay in with runners, but I fucking hate it. I just like getting in early, taking the middle of the trade, then getting to the belly of the trade, and then the last pop, I don't fuck with it anymore. I used to. I don't anymore. I keep things pretty simple. But if you're staying long here, I understand. You can stay long to like right here too. Like, it's not like it's either going to be something like that, or something like that. So I mean, even like right here is fairly easy to do. 638 flat would be nice. Nice round number zeros. It looks like they're going to try to take some of this out to up here. Grubster, I was shitting on you earlier. Twilio's hitting the alerts again right now. I haven't looked, but let me take a look at Twilio. Second time I had a second alert go off for that. Let me look at this stonk really quick. Yeah, so they had a big breakout here to 160. They're almost where I want them. Like, they're very close to a turn here. They're really close to a turn higher, like 92 to 98. Even though it's being pressed right now. Like it looks extremely doomish right now, but it's sitting on its monthly trigger right now. I've got an alert on it. They gave back their entire year. I think they could trade like a low of 87.47. But I'm looking to see if anyone steps in at like $94, $93, somewhere in there. This is amazing to look at. Their entire April trade is almost gone. That's vicious. They move, though. I don't know if it's done. Last time they did this, they went from their first leg down was to 113, and they went down all the way to $73. It's close. Keep an eye on Twilio. Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm getting alerts for these. I'm getting a lot of alerts today for tickers to start watching. Like when you guys see me do the outlooks for earnings, I know that a lot of you guys are like interested in the earnings trade. I'm not. I'm interested in if they fail. I'm hoping that they fail. Like the earnings report, I love bloodbaths because like how often do you get 10, 12, 20% down moves in a stock? Twilio is a prime example. I'm looking at it right now. It's like it's a beautiful thing seeing it come down that deep. Still bullish here. Past 2 p.m. Sellers not able to come in as of right now. Still bullish. Congrats, visionary. Good Friday, right? Don't give it back to the market. If you've made money today, listen to me closely. You made money. Forget the one side I'm telling the shorts to lay off. If you've made money today on a Friday, take it and run. Do not give your money back on a Friday. It sucks. It'll like ruin your Friday. You'll be left with a bad taste in your mouth. Take the money, close the laptop. I'll see you on Monday. Take the money and run. Don't care. Don't care if it goes up moons. Just take your money, put it in the bank. Take your boyfriend out for lunch on Saturday. Spend the rest of summer. It's like the most beautiful time of summer right now, too. It's like the best time of summer. It's like summer harvest season, great weather, wind pick up a little bit, humidity blows off a little bit. take your wife's boyfriend out to dinner. By the way, whenever your wife's boyfriend is not over the house, make sure you're picking up all of his loose change that he drops out of his pockets and put it into the jar for him, so that when you go to take him out for dinner, he will pay the tip with the change that you collected. Yes, I have been your wife's boyfriend, Hack the Planet. I lie to you guys. I have wives everywhere. I live in Utah. He always pays the tip. That's a pretty bad dad joke, isn't it? I'm looking at this line and all I'm thinking to myself is like, it's kind of like when you tell a bear, like sometimes they're like, you gotta put a hedge on. The bears are like, they'll put like a disguise on. They get like the glasses and the nose and the mustache. Like, tell me more about this hedging. And I'm like, are you a bear? They're like, no, I'm a bull. It's like I drew this in over here and I'm like, I bet you there's a bear watching this show right now. And he's like, I'm short as fuck on what he drew over there. We're going to send this thing down to the depths of hell right now. I don't know what he's talking about a squeeze up. We're going downtown, baby. He drew it. We're going there. There's been, we have not lost the woman at Trigger, so don't get crazy yet, sellers. Exactly, Nick. I got a lot of Mormon friends. They're kind of good. I say they're good people. Some of them do some weird ass shit. You like start driving down to like Arizona and shit. The border with Utah gets weird. Then they got the Mormons. They got the polygamists in Mexico on the border, and they got the polygamists down in Arizona. They're all freaky people. They're militant too. I'll say that too. They don't fuck around. Those guys. Fucking Mormons in the border wars with Mexican mafia. That shit's real too. What are we gonna do? We gonna slam it or what? Do we need bull music? Let's do some bull music to slam it up there. We'll help it along. Let's see if we can find some bull music. That's the other thing I do on Fridays. I play like copyrighted music, so I get the hit on the AdSense. Then I lose money at the end of the day. I'm like, what am I doing here? I feel like it's by penance. Watch, we're gonna make him lose $5,000, and we're gonna make him lose his AdSense. We'll just egg him into it. Just tell him to play music. Tell him the AI music sucks that he's got a license for. He'll pay his pound of flesh to us every Friday. That guy thought he was funny making money all week long. Thinks he's a smart ass, huh? I want to see him lose. My parting gift to hating Jim James. All you got to do is bait him. Tell him he's amazing. Tell him to play some music. Then tell him to get along with you at Friday at 3:30 every week. I show up every Friday. Got to drop a count. Suck him off for like 15 minutes. Then I tell them to buy zero dates and they burn. Highlight of my week. That's right. They'll drink all your beer. I used to know that joke. I used to know that joke too. You always bring if you're ever never be alone with one Mormon, they'll drink all your beer. You always bring two, keep each other in check. We're just soaking. There we go. Fix that. See, we can. I'll try to play some music here in the background until Trump busts. You know, Trump's going to come out today, right? It's almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. We got a Trump. Whoa. Come on here. Happy Friday too. If you're making money today. Let's slide into it slowly here. Oh shit. God damn it, look who's here. Hold on here. Just a note to you out there that the goat, one of the goats, has graced us. Here, hold on. Just a note to you if you're watching the show, pop inside the Discord. One of our most trusted members is in there right now. David AMS is here. And he's showing some charts with outcomes on it. One here. Right here. That's horrible music. Think Teversator, guys. Tight here. Oh. This is horrible music. Dude, thumbs down that shit. What is, like, who listens to that? I had to suffer through that while I was doing work in the background. Look at these savages back here. They're doing the thing down here. Look what they're doing, David. Fucking bears are in here, bro. Yeah, I got like elevator music playing right now. I'll turn up so you can hear in the background. Does that elevator mean elevator down? Hold on a minute here. So pay close attention right now to what David's saying inside the Discord. So if you don't know who he is, he's one of the best day traders I've ever met. I used to trade with him alone years ago. He's a mentor in our community. Look at what he's posting right now. Expand what he's showing you. If you have any questions, ask. Saint Tropez, yeah, I guess that works for Saint Tropez. Dude, E-Trade and Shorts. I know that everybody's in Saint Tropez right now. Wall Street's in Saint Tropez. PE and VC guys are hanging out there. Doggone, it's like sharing pictures of everybody. I'm like, God damn it, they're still on vacation. All the big boys are still partying, man. Just a quick look-see here. How far away is that half? You know, that half-hour trigger is pretty low right now in SPX. We kind of need that half-hour trigger, don't we? I don't think we can, David, I don't think we can. Maybe we can. Maybe event-driven. So let me take a look here on last time we were up here. You know, just a note to you. The last time we were up here, we needed to break higher. We did need the half hour and hourly trigger. We needed it to get up there. Let me look when we finally. Let me just look at a couple things here. Yeah, just a note to you here, okay? Just a quick note here. Like we can hit 6,400, but I don't think we can stay above it until that half-hour trigger comes higher or we backtest it. Just a note to you. I don't think we can like get above it and hold it. So like let's say we go up here and slam that thing. I think there's still a pullback hiding. I think there's a high probability of it. Apple's a little bit flat right now, but that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, hold on here. Just have like an upside, I guess maybe an upside stops would be appropriate. Make sure, ooh. What do you got? What are you showing on the Discord right now? God damn. Oh, that's a little young. I can't look at that. I think. Give me 1 second here. I got a really loud noise outside. Hold on here. Actually, yes. Yes. It actually is a tree guy. It's a tree guy. He's outside in like a big tree truck with he turned on a, I don't know what they're called, a mulcher, like a big mulcher, big grinding machine for tree limbs and stuff. And I'm just like, what is that noise? I thought it was like someone revving their engines or something and crashing into stuff. Well, next week's target is 42. That's why I was looking at 642s for Monday. 642s, that's the weekly expectation for next week. 642. If they fucking nailed that shit on Monday open and then just sold the rest of the week, it'd be great. Like hit the next week's monthly expectation of 642 on Monday open. Even if it's green barred straight up, tag it and then sell the whole week on volatility, on inflation bullshit, and sell into the rest of the reports. Kind of nice. Yeah, it's a drop. Yeah, so what David's showing you is what we were talking about earlier. So there's a couple mechanics here. So there's a couple mechanics here. We'll look at ES too. I'll look at SPX. I'll tell you that my only problem with this is there's a couple problems here. So not really problems. So what David's talking about here is cranking up into the weekend and then coming back down. That is ideal for a bull, isn't it? I'm not in disagreement with that trade either. Now there is there's another outcome, which is we squeeze up here like right now. The problem with that trade is that I'll check ES, but there's no support. These triggers are so low. If these triggers were up here, kind of a little bit closer, there'd be opportunity for us to like break out and hold up here for the half an hour and the hour to push us higher above 6,400. We're not quite there right yet. I'll give you an example of it. Hold on. I'll show you an example. Here's a good example right here. So this is a good example. It's a beautiful example right here. It's a gorgeous example. You see how like we'll fail, right? This is the one that I'm thinking right here. Like we can go up there and hit it, right? Or even hit this. But you notice how like we need these two to be crossing to hold. We're kind of close to there right now. Then you need that cross, and then you get the second pump higher, then you're holding it, and then you're making your way. Pretend this is like 6,400. So let's just look at this right now for where we are. And, we're kind of there. So you would expect something like, if we were going to break out and up there, you'd be like waiting for this, come back down, bigger pump, come up, and then a bigger pump. You know what I'm saying? Hourly trigger, half hour trigger. Now, another way to look at this would be that we lose into the bell. This has happened some Fridays where we lose the bell down here. They promise you this. Maybe we like straight beam it up, but they don't give it to you. They give it to you here. And then we come up here, come back down. So there's a few different outcomes here. More importantly, just be watching this 1 and 5 minute trigger. This will tell you the story. So if you're looking for like it's here's 230, right? Here's your low. We're going to assume these are buyers, okay? We're going to assume that these are buyers. And the only thing we don't want to see is a new low. That's it. We just don't want to see like down here. Get the low right here marked out. You don't want to see like this roll. You can see this right here, but that's it. The 5 minute trigger is fine. You just can't see below it. So we'll watch it closely. You can be long here and just cut your losses, lick your wounds. We'll look lower. And we'll look down there to buy something like this for Monday again. But if you want to put risk on here, you can. Just make sure that if they start dropping us, there is a short in there. Yeah, I should tell them that too, right? David, do you want to come on the show and explain that to them, or would you? So David's talking about if you have like on Friday, if you close bullish, normally we'll gap up either over the weekend or on Monday open, and then we'll sell that high the rest of the week. But you'll have like a bullish Monday. Either the gap up or the day of Monday is bullish. You'll follow through into Monday, but then there's a fly in the ointment. You'll come back and retrace Friday low and maybe Thursday sometimes, right? Like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you'll be looking to flush all that or touch that or take out that prior low from Thursday, Friday, I think. Friday, Thursday. And then we can have more continuation of the upside. Mm-hmm. Mm. And it's a fairly the stuff that thing that David's talking about in there. It's kind of a big edge. It's like it's like 80% of the time. It's really high. It's like 85, 90% of the time, right? Yeah. Like that follow through on Monday is big. I don't think we're ready to roll. I think the door's open though. I think the door is open though. I think we're in the process of rolling. That low yesterday triggered the opening of that door down below. Gamma says the same thing. We have to go higher. If we don't, we start rolling viciously. Yeah, we have to go higher. We don't have a choice. They opened the door to 17 in my view. 21 and 17 on 636. With that low yesterday, they triggered it. But that also rolls up too. It also forces market to have to go higher. You don't have a choice. Yeah, I think it's going to take a while too. I think that I've got the 17th and 19th in mind. I think we top out right in there, and then I think that it's going to be the bullshit with the big red candle, and then we have to roll down underneath the daily trigger. I think it takes into mid-October for the roll. I'm targeting like mid-September, mid-October. I've got a hedge on to November 28th because I don't trust it. That it won't take forever. What's your target for bottom? My target is 92. My upside target on the drop is 612 or 14, but we've already kind of been there close-ish, 18. I'd like to see like 600 would be perfect. 602, I think, and then I got 592. 602, 50, and then 590 I'd really like. I would fucking love 590. I don't think we get it, but I'm begging. I just want a big fat wick down there. I want like one day of doom, maybe two. I would fucking love to buy 590. Then just go fucking like 800 points vertical over like 5 months. Like October, November, December, January, February. 800 straight points straight up. It'd be fucking epic. 800, 900, just go vertical. That's getting me hard just thinking about it. If we had that moment at 590, right? You better have dry powder out there because we're gonna become fucking stupid rich. Just gonna put some in the money shit on. Fucking like straight ass calls. Maybe slightly out of the money, but dated like out in February. It's gonna be amazing. I would love it. Yeah, 6,000. It'd be fucking dope. I know people are begging for it. $247, 13 minutes until power hour. Or sour hour. You're thinking 18th of September? I think that we've started the process of rolling over. Velocity is showing it, but not price, of course. We know that that can diverge. I think that there's still a chance of a high, a new all-time high is possible, unless we get like headline risk or some shit we don't see. 18th September, huh? I don't see it that far. I see like the high on the 18th of August. 15th of August? Closing bell. I see the high on the closing bell of the 15th of August. That's soon, right? And then I see the failure to get a new high. I see a pretty deep low on the end of August. I think that's the candle that kills the goose. And then I think that we're going to recover up into September, and then I think September OPEC will be the next major low and kind of go sideways into end of September, and then start picking up steam in the middle of October, somewhere in there. But if we extend that far, man, if we extend like up to September 18th, god damn, that is going to fucking piss off a lot of people. That upside trade. I have that charted. I have the upside trade into September 18th charted. I got it charted to trade 665. I just don't know if I can. I don't know if I can believe it when we're in. It's not that I don't believe it. It's that I'm cautious as fuck whenever we're in the season. Like the floor, like the thing that frustrates me is that if I'm like, yeah, we're gonna trade 665 before we roll, it like the rug gets pulled, then it's like, haha, or he didn't tell you, or he said we're going to 665. That shit's gone, right? You know, that kind of stupid shit you hear, the hecklers or whatever. So I'm always like trying to be like more reserved. Like, yeah, we can go there, but you know, if we wake up tomorrow morning, don't blame me if the rug gets pulled, right? Some stupid shit. Get a hot read or something. You know, Trump's market. Yeah, the end of the month flush is definitely coming. But they should come every month regardless, right? It's the only way to go higher too, right? That's how you prove the thesis too, right? You get the end of the month flush, and if it holds, fucking another fucking goddamn OPEC cycle of going up. Mm-hmm. The other day when we put in that low, the other thing that I thought to myself was, goddamn, we're so close to the actual target. The big correction we had that was 3.5%. We're like a fart throw away from that next leg. Did you notice that they didn't hit it on that first corrective move that we had the first leg down? On that Friday, they didn't get the new low to open that door for the big leg lower. They opened the leg to 17 and 21 this week, but that just forces us higher or triggers more really bad shit. But the first leg down, I noticed that they didn't. I was like, oh, we're safe. I'm like that Friday and that Monday open. I was like, we're going higher. I was like, that's the fucking trigger to at least trade all time highs again. We were watching it on the show. We watched it really closely. And then we talked about it at the end of the day on Friday. And then I watched it all weekend. I was like, we're going to go down there and fucking swipe it. Because that's when they would do it, like end of the day, fucking overnight on, or not the overnight, but the BMA on Monday morning. They didn't do it. I was stoked. I was like, they didn't get it. The moment, I was like, if I was a bear, I'd be fucking so pissed here. I mean, if they just, all they had to do was get down like $1. Even if we squeezed afterwards, you'd still be reversing back down. But my thought there too, David, was this: when we were down there and we didn't hit it, I was like, well, shit. I was like, I'm looking down there, and then I'm looking at like 600, and I'm like, this could be the seasonal low. This could be the bear seasonal low, Mary. Why bother come back down here if this is it? It's only another fucking $10 down below. That's pretty goddamn close. I mean, I think we even said on the show, like, I think that Monday or Tuesday in the show, we were like, if your timeline's out in February, what the fuck do you care? This is indubitably bottom. Even if we swung down another $10, you're not going to even, it's going to be a wick that you don't even see in like a month or two. Yeah, 100%, bro. 100 fucking percent. 100%. If we drop in the next 2 months, I think all the bulls that I speak to just want, like, they want to buy 600. Nobody's bullish or bearish, like macro. Nobody's bearish. The only people that I know that are bearish are, they're bearish next year. But they're not bearish like from now into end of year or into the spring. There's some talk about it right now. There's some talk from yesterday. I was hearing some, like, Pravorsky was commenting on it, and they were saying, that the data might start looking like shit sooner than later. Well, no, there was two things that I saw yesterday. First one I saw was we expected the data to show earlier this year, spring, summer, fall. And I thought that was kind of bullshit. I was like, you guys know that shit's not going to show up right away. And then they also know it takes like 3 to 6 months to build a case. Like, every time I get a monthly report, it's knee jerk. So I always feel like they kind of knew already, or they're lying. I don't think that. I think we start to get some of that bad data this year, but I don't think it's anything that you can actively trade. I think you're more than likely to get squeezed out as that data worsens, and then they start rolling into it. Right? What do you got there? Yeah, that's my thing there. That's my same line right there. I'm roughly right about there with you. I'm right about there with you, Dave. Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with you on that too. I call them triangles, man. I'm always just like, I'm always like, you could have some bullshit, you could have some bullshit like ER stuff down here. Maybe if it's like binary events, I don't count it. But go up here, down, go higher. Fairly simple. Triangle, triangle, good to go. Don't want to see any new lows down here. None of that bullshit. Triangles, baby. Yeah, I see disagreement too, Grubster. There are guys in our community that disagree. They think I have guys in the community that say we're not going any lower than 612. They're like, you're lucky if we'll see that. We have there. I think it's okay to be in disagreement. I got no problem. You don't have to do it my way or David's way or anyone else's. Or expectations can be different. I think as a retailer, as long as we're all roughly same page, and then if things turn pretty ugly, that you let each other know, or I let you know, or you let me know, hey man, something really bad happened. You know what I mean? We're gonna crash or something. I think that's important. Other than that, though, I think most of retail's same page on this stuff. Other than the bullshit fear fucking subsellers and sizzle sellers that are out there. Okay, we're getting into the power hour here. Watch out for, at 3 p.m., we sometimes get a little bit of a quick downside move, even if we have power hour. Just be careful of a quick downside action here. Have not rolled as of yet. Also have not hit PT2. We're going to find out here real soon. If you've made money this week, congratulations. If you've made money today, you don't have to trade this Friday. Take your money, walk away, go home, have fun, do whatever. You don't need to be like, bro, I missed the squeeze on a truce. You just don't need to. The stock market is more about you and I taking the easy layup trades. That's what it is. Repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. When you saw me collecting calls, was it yesterday? You saw me buying the bottom yesterday. I bought 20 calls. Then later on, I bought 30 more just to fuck with, doggone it. And then at the end of the day, I started accumulating calls. And what were they? 636, right? DCAing at 30 cents, 50 cents, 30 cents. What did they print today? $1.60 today. That's what I printed today. So they're always easier trades, was my point. If you get a touchback on the half-hour hourly trigger, it's no-brainer. Start accumulating, stops underneath. Don't listen to the fucking people that are yelling at you that you're wrong. Don't listen to them. And you get paid. So even where we are right here, right now, it's Friday. Always that test, that back test on daily trigger, half-hour trigger, daily trigger, any of those triggers, they're easy trades, layups. We're kind of floating around right now on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. We're just hanging out in the middle of nowhere. Right? All the way down here is the drop. This is intraday support. We're a little high right now, right? Let's take a quick look before we get into the weekend. I gave you an expectation already for the people that were leaving early. But let's just take a quick peek. And we're going to look at a 4-hour basis here. Oh, that's the other thing, David. We're closing a day on a high, man. That's going to be awesome. And a weekly high. That helps the daily velocity, by the way. Same area down here by the dips at 633.06 on a 4-hour basis. Keep this, and jot this down as of today. 633 is still valid. We haven't put in the close yet, the closing print. On an hourly basis, intraday support, same place. You want your buy the dip places. Intraday support, 635.24. Buy the dip is 633.06. You know that my thesis here, I've already told you this earlier today. I'd like to see 636 at a minimum. We did that. I would really like to see before we close today out personally, before the end of the day, just the tip, kind of a trade up here, just to get the new high, close strong. They can do it on Sunday. They can do it at 6 p.m. tonight for the official close. And I want to see some kind of a pullback. Okay. Now, when we close this week, the pullback could be 635 to go higher, but leave yourself some room down here for a wick, right? Here's the hourly trigger. You guys know what I mean by wicks? Some of you do and some of you don't. You know, no one remembers the wicks. They never do. When you see these wicks right here, you know, you're like, hey, we bounced and went higher. In here is where the damage is done, not only to the market, but like options chains in particular. You'll oftentimes see options get down here. They get repriced is what I call it. So let's say you have a dollar call here. And this is what? 1, 2, 3 bars. You're like, oh, when we come back here, they'll be worth like 90 cents, bro. That's not the case. They'll be like 10 cents. So just in here, this is where all the damage, the gremlins come out. So my only point there is the same thing over here. You know, can we hold the hourly trigger next week? Of course. Like, can we hold a back test over here next week to go higher? Sure. But, you know, just leave yourself some room down here for a wick. So 2 targets for next week or even today, 635.21, 633. A note to you that I'm accumulating right now some calls for just so you know what my positioning is. A few things, my positioning. I own the market. I own FTX. I've got a bunch of 0-date puts and calls that are dead. They're dying. They're dying today. I am looking though to put some exposure on that same kind of an exposure for over the weekend. I also have a hedge in the market. There was printing the last leg down. It expires in November. I want the print of 612 to 590. I've been making money. Matter of fact, I've paid for my hedge at this point. My hedge is actually free from where I am in the market. I expect it to cost me money. If we go higher, I make more money. Now, a couple things here into the weekend. There's some argument here from Wall Street saying that a truce isn't necessarily bullish. I'd expect them to tell you that, to be honest with you. I'm looking at 642s for Monday. I've been building a position. They're roughly 17 cents right now. I think I'm in for 19 cents or 18 cents. I'd have to look. But I don't really care. I want the exposure for the run up here. If they roll us all the way down here, I'll add a higher strike at 19 or 20 cents or whatever. I'll keep them both on for Monday. It's not a trade that I would be trying to make money with. It's got to be like something that you're like, hey, it's Friday. I'm going to the bar. I'm going to buy some pull tabs. And I don't care if they burn. If you're looking for a strategic, rule-based, well-thought-out trade, backtesting the half-hour trigger, backtesting the hourly trigger, backtesting 6,400 above it. We're at some resistance here at 6,400, although that door potentially opens as we get closer to the close today. As that gamma, some of that gamma dies off, there might be a window up there. What else do I have to say to you guys? Be safe over the weekend. Don't get any trouble. Be nice to your fellow man and woman. Even if you disagree with them, just don't fight with them. Don't, they can think different things than you. Don't shit on them. Just do your thing. Be a good person. You know what I'm saying? Be good over the weekend. We're wrapping up the summer. What else? I think that's it. I think not much. We have volatility next week. We got a bunch of reports ending the week, and then the large reports are ending next week. We've got a lot of volatility, possible volatility Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and even Friday, believe it or not. Just be aware of that. 306 right now. Yeah, I was dude, I was long last night. I traded futures last night. And then I had like a moment in the middle of the night. So I'm like trading futures, and my wife was up, and we were, oh, by the way, where's Sasperito? I asked for sex and got it last night. And then I'm like talking to my wife. I was up with the wife. Well, a few things. Let's rewind a little bit. So my oldest daughter's going to college. So I have to get her a bunch of shit before she's gone, and my wife and kids procrastinate and stuff, and so I'm always the hard ass in the background. You know, what ends up happening is like they say they're gonna get something, they don't. They say they're gonna try it on, they don't. Then like time passes, and then they order it online, and then it like takes longer than the delivery expected, and then before you know it, you know, we're on vacation in some far flung place, and my daughter doesn't have a bikini or some shit, and they don't sell bikinis wherever we're going. You know, that kind of shit happens to me all the time. So I kind of get like, you know, let's start now so that when we get to the point where it can be a problem, it's not. And so I did that shit yesterday with my oldest. Like, let's measure you up. Let's go look at jackets and puffy jackets and new rain jacket. Something else, new backpack. She hates my backpack that I gave her. She inherited a North Face backpack from me, but it's too big and lunky for her. I've got it to protect me when I'm traveling on flights. I need a protective case that's still a backpack. Anyways, stupid story. By the way, we've got a bear turn coming up here. So I do all that last night, and then I come back with the wife and kids, and we're all in the family room hanging around, shooting the shit, and middle of the night comes, and I'm already watching spoos go up, and I'm like, they can't drop this shit. They got to go up tonight. So I start getting fucking long right into futures last night. And then my wife is like telling me all the beautiful things about my oldest daughter. I'm like melting, and my emotions are running wild. And I'm talking to my mom my mom, Jesus Christ, I want some Freudian shit. I'm talking to my wife, and I'm like, I was talking about my dad. My dad was a real dick and real hard ass. But when I was in the Army, and I remember reading letters from him to my mom when he was in Vietnam. They would write graffiti on letters, like chew with your teeth here. They do like little dotted lines and stuff. And you really can't grasp the importance of a handwritten letter when you're somewhere that you don't want to be, away from the people that you love. I don't know if that's true in prison. Probably. To the military is a lot like prison. College is like that if you're away from your family and friends. Army, military, anything where your job maybe is overseas and you're missing family, friends, or something familiar. So I remember when I was in the Army, I would get letters from my dad, and they really hit. Like, what makes correspondence important? It really fucking hits in those certain circumstances. Not only that, it gives you like another way to communicate, and nobody does it anymore. Nobody communicates by like a handwritten letter anymore. And it really opens like doorways to different conversations, laying out your thought process. maybe even talking on subjects you don't normally talk about. It opens up all kinds of fucking doors. Anyways, the person receiving those letters too, it's better than any. It's like one of the best dopamine hits you can ever get. And so I'm buying like stationery last night. Like I'm gonna go and get a really nice pen. I got nice pens, but I don't use them. I'm like I'm gonna go out and like look for like the best pen you can get. Yeah, best pencil you can get. I'm doing an upgrade now, so I'm like buying pens and pencils last night. Then I'm trying to buy like the ink pen that matches that paper and the envelopes and ordering stamps and shit. And I'm like, long market. I'm like, tears coming down my face. I'm like, my daughter, I love her. It's one of the best things ever happened in my entire life. And can't believe that my wife hasn't fucking divorced me and dumped me yet. And like, that kind of shit. You know what I mean? And so I'm having a moment. So I'm like, close my lungs last night. And I'm like, I'm just going to like grab my wife and hug her and like love on her. And then this morning I got along again on the opening bell. I'm like, I'm tired, of course, right? Up all night trading. So I get on Twitter and I'm like, just like, we're going to 636, bros. Just like go long. So I threw a bunch of calls on, took that trip up, got out, then got in again twice. And I'm in again, 4th time today, right now. But today, what I'm in for now is for Monday. So yeah, I've been long, man. Making money, dude. I closed longs yesterday at the bell. Woo! 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 Made a bunch of fucking bank yesterday. Stupid money. Fucking stupid money yesterday. Not 50 grand, but I'll take, like, this week's been good. Not just this week, the fucking month's been outstanding. Money's been fucking beautiful. I can't complain right now. Yeah, I just pulled a Freudian slip, didn't I? I was talking to my mom last night while I was having sex with her. I remember my mom met my wife. She got mad. She was like, "You're not going to need me ever again." She said that. She did. She was like, "You're never going to call me anymore. You don't need me anymore." I'm like, "I don't think I do." I don't think I do, Mom. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Almost there, boys. You ready? 314, baby. Kick out the Robin Hooders here. Where's the Robin Hooders? Got to kick them out at 350, right? Time the Robin Hooders get kicked out. 350. There we go. Fuck the D-gens. We'll put that right there and piss off the Robin Hood degeners. Note that we can get some pretty significant movement here. If you are on the upside trade and if we do pop up above 6,400, think about taking profit. We should retrace that on Monday. We don't have the help of the hourly or daily, the hourly or half hour trigger. It'll come higher, but there could be a retrace. I'm going to leave this up here just so you can see the trip if we make the trip to 6,400. This is it down here. This is the target up here. Thank you once again for joining us on Trade the Trigger Airlines with our captain today of David AMS. Squeezing higher now, trading 637.37. What's going on here? Wait a minute here. What's my positioning? I got some weird ass positioning right now. There we go. I wondered if I had bought more. Did I buy more? Nope, same place. Okay. That's a good question, Moss. So I want to answer that for you. I want you to know that when you get something that far out of the money, there's money to be made in that. But just remember that it's very directional. The more outside the money you go and the more short dated you go, you kind of want to be on the trade for the move and then get out and get back in and renegotiate every time you do it. You have to be really good at it. The closer you are in the money, the less you make, but the less damage you'll take too. They'll hold their value if there's no intrinsic value. If they come in the money, the deeper they go in the money, the more chance you are to recover your money. Just note that the more outside the money and the closer dated they are, the more directional they are. You can't expect to like trade into 645 on Monday and they'll be worth anything. They'll be worth zero. So you got to be only in the direction of the trade. Like in, out, in, out, in, out. If you don't understand what I'm saying, paper trade that shit a few times so you can see the rise and fall, or chart out those options so you can see the rise and fall of them, their value. Because they've go pretty violently into zeros, you know, worthless. There you go. There you go. Oh, yeah. Oh. Put that music back on. I don't know what they're trying to play right now. No. That ain't the shit. We need the music. That ain't the music. I don't know what they're trying to sell me on music here right now. No. 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 What are we listening to right now? No. No. What is going on here? I don't know what the fuck is going on with music today. See what this is. It's getting there. It's better. Getting there. We'll ride with that for now. Coming to some supply right now. I don't know. It's getting bearish. It's getting me sweaty. I don't like that song. I don't like that song. All right, we'll try this one. I'm like, just come down a little bit. I'll just keep fucking adding here. Double dog dare you. Keep on. Oh, no. They're not even letting me buy more right now. Like I'm trying to buy more. I'm like trying to get a discount. August 1st. Let me look. You're already answering it good. Just a note here, Trump team. I thought this was ironic. I was like, Waller has a black mark against his name forever. Trump team now expanding search for Fed chair. Can you imagine being Waller hearing that? We used you, and now you're not to be trusted by your peers for throwing the U.S. under the bus. Love it. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent to serve as acting IRS commissioner. Jesus Christ, tin pots. This whole thing's a tin pot dictatorship. I'm sorry. More breaking news. Bessent's going to serve as the commissioner of the BLS, the IRS. He's also going to take a position at ADP. Paychecks for their data. I'm serious. I'm kind of joking, but what else do we have here to the close? I think that's it. This is great. Hilarious. Hold on here. I think that's hilarious. Well, I gotta check this headline here. Hold on. 1 second here. See you later, D-Gens. Almost there. Ooh. Buy some more. Almost there. 6,400. Close. Move that there for you so you can see it. All the way down there, boys. Add some more right there. Then thank you. You guys want to see my position? Not much. Only I've got 40 contracts right now. Holding these over the weekend. Any more down, I'll keep adding. Position is small. Keep adding to it here in a minute. So you guys want to see where I'm at or whatever? I can't play music unless I have a license for it. I have to have a license for it. I get in trouble for not. Let me play some. Well, I'll put this song back on again. Yeah, any kind of like down move here, or any kind of. I'm buying any kind of weakness here, and only if we go down here. Let's say we bleed all the way down here, right? I'll add to that position at 43, 42. And then I'll get maybe like some more in the money stuff, like 40s or something. So what I'll have is like a pile of six. What do I got? I don't even know what the fuck I got. 642. I'll get some 640s or 638s down here only. God damn it, my pen sucks. Just hanging out here waiting. I'll hold them over the weekend too. And I don't care if they burn, so don't be trading your account on this. This is free fucking money that the market gave me to make more money. On a potential ceasefire over the weekend. Yeah, I like the 640s, but I don't like them unless they're down here. I don't want them unless we do like. I got the buy order up, but if we go down there, buying. Shit, I mean anything down here I'm buying. I'd really like to buy 633, but I'll just take weakness down here. Well, let me mute this here for a minute because I might have to start buying again. Hold on here. Some more here. I know you're so bearish. Oh, come on down. Oh, please do it. I dare you. Come on down. I double dog dare you, little fella. Show me all your blood. Doom it up. Tell me how bad it is. Tell me how awful everything is. Spread your doom to me. I'll absorb it all for you. I'm like alone here right now. And I heard noises. I'm scared. I hear strange noises in my house, new house. Yeah, bring it on down. Come on down here. Come on down. I don't think you can. I don't believe that you can. I actually don't. I don't believe that you can. I wish you would, but I don't believe you. I've got the buy lined up right here. Just do it to me. All over my face. I'll take the cheaper the better. The more I can add cheaper, always the better. So come on down. A double dog dare. Come on down. Just big fat red fucking bar right here. Just do it. It's just more money for me. Let's do it. Come on. That's how I really feel about this stuff sometimes. I don't talk about that publicly, but I'm like, come on down. Like if I'm scraping the bottom, I'm like, fucking, I don't give a fuck what you got. Just hit me. Slap me with all the penises in the face. I already know we're going to turn up like fucking 40, 50 points. Like I'm going to make so much money, so I don't care. Of course, I'm sweating the entire time. You know, I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh God. What did I do to myself this time? Then bam, ring, 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 ring. Yeah. I don't think it can come down. And this fucking 30-minute and hourly trigger is racing up right now. They're like vertical. They're straight fucking vertical. They're coming. Like there's you can see, hold on. You can see this moving up higher now. Watch this. This fucking thing is like bam, 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 bam. It's like, let's go. We're out of here. We will be green on Monday. Just so you know. Come on, I'm right here. I got the targets perfect right here. Big ol', let's do it. The Robin Hood degen's leaving here in just a few minutes. I'm just going to start adding right now. I don't even fucking care. Ding, there's more. Come on. I should have like 300 fucking 400 contracts and we're done here. Maybe even 600. Come on. There's like a dealer out there. He's all mad. Fucking degenerate day traders buying all the zero dates. I've already got those alerts. Don't need them. I got stacks lined up, Dave. I got orders for like hundreds at a time. Come on, come on, come on. Fucking Hannah Momo is coming up from the depths of hell right now. There you go. Show this here. Buy those. Nope. Don't run away. 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 Stay there. Stay right there. Not seeing any movement in these calls to buy. Even all this creep, there's no movement in price. There we go. There's a penny. Is it back there? Still 11? Just make sure I'm at here. Almost at 100 here on the 642s. I'm going to start buying 640s here in just a minute. There it is right there. Can't, they're not taking any money off here. I need like more money taken off. Let's look at this here. Not seeing any. No more. I need more discount. Not enough. More down. More down. Try to open. I gotta fill. Buying here too. Almost there. The degenerates are almost out. Couple more minutes. And they'll be out. And all you saw was a bunch of day traders wiped from the market. Don't have to pay those people anymore. Was able to scrape 11 cents in here. Hoping I can get like 8 or 10 cents in here, but I don't know if we can get down there. Come on. Should I start switching buying the 40s now? Hold on here. Yeah, let's start picking up the 40s. Are they cheap enough now? No, they're still fuck. Oh, the 41s are bad at 20, but I'm not paying 35 cents for 40s. I'm only buying 40s if they're 20 cents. No buy for me on 640. I'm still on 42s. So I'm gonna buy some more here. I want them less than 11 cents though. They're at 12 right now. I've been loading like 11s. You're doing the 40s at 30. I don't like taking lottos like that, like that. But that's for me. Like if it's a lotto, like if it's a binary event lotto, I try to get them as cheap as possible. Because I feel like I'm gonna have to, like if it's a binary event, like a let's say not even a binary, let's say it's like a ceasefire type of thing. I'm probably gonna have to buy these 3 or 4 fucking times. So I already have DCA. I'm already like probably gonna spend 20, 40, 60 cents. So I need them to like fucking pay for the DCA, and I never know if it's gonna be like 1 trade, 2 trades, 3 trades. I just know that eventually they're gonna have to do it. You know, as we get closer and closer. I don't know if they're gonna front run it earlier, if they're gonna like wait to the last minute. And dealers recently have been working really hard with that, with like printing at most inopportune times. I'm constantly like selling positions on opens, buying closes, that kind of stupid shit. Been doing that for weeks now. Go down a little bit more a second. Turn around. Turn around. Wrong fucking way, Spoos. Maybe I make this red, it'll stop Spoos. You shall not pass, bro. No. No. Where am I at right now? I think I'm break even right now. I need to come down a little bit more. Yeah, I'm pretty much break even right now. I need more down. And I needed to accumulate more. I needed like, I don't know, a bunch. Come on, Spoos. Wrong fucking way, dude. Let me get the financial juice in the close. I want y'all to have a great weekend, by the way. Hope you had a great week. If you didn't, join us again next week. Try to make some more money. Just a note that I am long over the weekend. It's not anything where I'm sweating it or worried about it. I'm long on winnings for some kind of a ceasefire gap up. These things, there's no crystal ball for these things. Oh, I'm green. There's no crystal ball for these things. The only thing I could say on this is if they were going to, unless you had a blabbermouth, if they already know, then they're going to do it over like a weekend. They're going to do it at fucking 4 p.m. overnight. And they've been really slick lately. You remember like Wednesday night or some shit, or Thursday night? They like did the back test at between 4 and 6 p.m. and they fucking ran it up. I traded futures this week twice. I've been trading futures this week. I've been up all fucking night. And it's because they're like, I'm like, I want to back test between like fucking 3 and 4 p.m. and I'm not getting it in cash market. And then at like fucking 5:30, they're like back testing. And I'm like, well, what the fuck, man? I got to get long. I'm like, what am I going to do? So just note that a lot of that's going on right now. So you're like either I don't normally trade futures unless it's like we're crashing or something. I used to trade futures. I don't trade them anymore. And I'm trading futures right now this whole week. So they can go fuck themselves. I'm going to make my money one way or another. So like if they try pulling this shit this weekend, I'm in. So there's been a lot of that going on. Nice. Yeah, futures been where it's been. Futures where it's at right now. It's been easy as fuck trading futures. But it's been like the easiest futures trading I've ever traded. God damn it. Come down more. We already know where you want to go, dude. We already know you're going to squeeze the fuck out of this. We already know. We already know where your home is. We know it's up there. We already know where you're going. Remember, they have to be willing to lose all this money on Monday. Don't come back to the show on Monday and be like, oh, Cap, my shit burned. It's all your fault. Spent 100% on a gap up on a ceasefire. You should not do that. Don't do that. You can buy a retest in the lower lows on Monday. The weekly low on Monday is for most of you. Most traders are looking for the weekly low next week. I'll just say that right now. Say that to people and they're just like, nope, I need the FOMO right now, bro. Your wife left me after you full ported. I know. I feel so fucking bad too because people are like, it's all your fault. I'm like, no, it isn't. I bought the penny puts. I'm like, yeah, but did you get the other trades? No, just that one trade because I'm a fucking bear. I'm like, fuck off. Seriously. You want to print all sides? Like, I'm putting on the 2 penny hedge on my fucking longs there. And they're like, well, I just got the 2 penny hedge. How much did you put into it? All of it. I'm like, okay, all right, whatever fuck you're doing. I made some money last week on I've been making money on the weekends. I'm forgetting shit. Like last Friday, I think I made money on Monday. It was either last Friday or the Friday before I had some calls and I made money. It was a similar setup as this. I didn't make a ton of money. I think I made twice I did, and I think I made like 30 or 40% on Monday. I shut that shit down right on the fucking open. I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm like, renegotiate. They haven't been good winners. They haven't been like big prints on Monday. We need one of those. We need one of those like giant fucking gap ups, and like we need the more buyers stepping in on a Monday. We haven't had one of those in a while, where there's like IV and an OI right on the opening bell. Everybody's all juiced and gunning. Oh, come on down, bro. I'll buy some. Come on down. I gotta round this position out. Come on down. You gotta go lower though. You gotta go lower. Anything lower, I'll take it. Hit me with a big fat hit me with a big red dildo to the face. Big fat red fucking giant down candle. Do it. I got it all set up. Just hit me like that. Big fat red fucking fuck you candle. I guess not. Okay, no fuck you candles. I guess I can eat a bag of dicks. Green, I can eat bag green dicks, huh? You don't want to give me any more? You dirty fucking like they're really fucking me here. Like no love. Oh, hold on here. Let me see if I can add some here. Hold on. I gotta add some before we get out of here. Hold on here. I gotta round this out. Hold on. What do I need? There we go. Yeah, I'm still buying right now.
Best week since July 2020 with a 13% gain.
Woo! That's right. Keep moving, dude. Keep on going. Keep on going up. Keep on going up. Keep on going up. There we go. Okay, so you should be green. I'm green right now. So I want you to know that from here forward, we're gonna unclench our hands, and you're going to be responsible for your money from this point forward. You could close at 4:15. Hold on there. You can take the money and run. You don't even have to hold over the weekend. I'm already green right now. I'm printing. So if we go up a little bit more, you don't have to hold into Monday. If you want to, though, with me over the weekend, Don't panic. If we're bleeding on Sunday, don't be like, oh, God, where's Cap? My shit's on fire. It should be a lotto. You shouldn't care. The only price that matters is the opening price at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. That's it. It's the only price that matters. The rest of it is all bullshit. You don't exchange your calls and puts for CFDs. You don't exchange them for futures contracts. You get what I'm saying? I understand if you take it up here. I get it. Sometimes I take after the bell. I'll take. If we ramp after the bell, I will sometimes take them. So don't feel bad. See money, take money. I'll catch you all on Monday. I want you to have a wonderful weekend. Be kind to each other. Social media and the news and everyone wants you to hate each other. Don't do it. Try to work with each other. I was very disturbed yesterday. I don't think anyone in the Republican Party, in the MAGA Party, in the Democratic Party, I don't think anyone wants to give up our fucking rights to hate each other. I think that's a problem for all of us that we're supposed to be concerned with. Try to talk to your fellow people out there. You know what I'm saying?